Okay.
Just
Please.
when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better. Just know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. That's right. Only you can make the change. Shake your head at you. Shine so bright from darkness to from darkness to light. Yeah, and you'll find your way out. Yeah, oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah, the power of God will flow through you from way out. You'll feel it from deep within, and from there you can begin.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy, and today we are going to be covering some really interesting rhetoric that's going on with this whole Florida gubernatorial race. You have this candidate that is going against Byron Donald, and he is really going hard. So let's hear some of the things that he's really going in on. Let's hear what he has to say.
You've been criticized for calling Byron Donalds a slave to his donors. Do you regret using that term?
No, the only one who should regret anything is Byron Donalds for taking $30 million from AIPAC in corporate interest. It is unacceptable that you would take that kind of money. Up until that point that he gives his money back, I'm going to keep calling him what he is.
Byron Donalds, I'm sorry, he is a slave to his donors. He is a slave to the corporate interests, to the tech bros that want to turn our state into, his own words, a financial capital.
Fishback doubled down later online, writing, quote, Byron Donalds is a slave to his corporate donors. It's the truth. The Donalds campaign didn't address the comment, but said in its own statement, quote, Byron Donalds will be Florida's next governor. Anyone running against him is an anti-Trump rhino and will get crushed in the Republican primary.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have found Byron Donalds in his natural habitat outside of a Walmart in Tallahassee. He is there. He was with one chicken earlier. He's now moved on to another chicken, as is always his case with these things. And he does not appear to have stolen from the store yet, but the third time would be a charm. Stock market's closed, so he has not made a stock trade. But we were, wow, ran into Byron Donalds. That's kind of cool. In Tallahassee, where he went to school. And cool to be here.
So what do you think about that so far? And I haven't even gotten to the real nitty gritty of it, where he actually is he's going to use the whole FBA tether. He calls him a tether. What do you think of what you heard so far?
Well, peace to everybody. Peace to your audience. Peace to my audience.
I'm sorry. Natasha Dye is here. She's co-hosting with me, guys. I just think that everybody just knows the pod. So I'm like,
No, it's okay. No, you're good. I just want to say, obviously, in 2026, it's okay for white people to call black people slaves. And then white people who are running for government office as running to be governor of a state, he should have been canceled. The school I come from, if you say anything politically incorrect, you get canceled. But I can put a lot of the blame on black people with this whole tether and, talking about each other and sitting up laughing with these people. So yeah, it's unacceptable and he should be canceled. But look, where's the outrage? If he said something about the Holocaust about a Jewish person, he'd be instantly canceled.
Yeah, he would.
So
The word
Yeah,
slave itself, like you can't use the word Holocaust in any kind of discussion. Or
no, especially not in a
hell,
disparaging way.
even on YouTube, you can't even see this. You'll get demonetized. Like that video will be yellow thing. You know what I'm saying? However, this
Yeah,
call this guy a slave on the news. That was a news thing. You know what I'm saying?
broadcast. Yeah.
And he doubled down. He held his stance. Yes, he's a slave. I mean,
Yeah, where's the outrage? Where's the black people that are saying, look, there's a line that you don't cross no matter when Jews are not getting along, like we have different types of practicing Jews, the Jewish people, they don't let someone come in and start speaking disparagingly about the things that happened to them in Nazi Germany, but black people allow it.
but here it is. This is the whole thing about this whole delineation movement, right? So the
Mhm.
delineation movement of the FBAs is to separate ourselves from people that are Caribbean and African. So when one gets attacked, now you're not now instead of us being on their side, we are giggling and kikiing like it's a joke. Like
Yeah. Yeah, we think it's cool. We love that masses joining in. We think it's a plus.
yeah. Yes, like oh yeah, see our movement is picking up steam. They're even saying it. You know, it's like, bro, like that is that what the point was?
Yeah.
So watch when I
So
show watch, he's really gonna go in here. Watch this.
This is a challenging topic for people. However, I want people to be able to see how, unfortunately, when we have immigrants to come into our country, Americans can't do politics. We have to be able to do politics for Americans, and this is something that we have to tackle. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, that's right. And let's just be completely honest of what Byron Donalds is. Byron Donalds is a tether. He is not an American descendant
Wait a minute,
of
James. How do
slaves.
you know the term tether?
oh, she's ugly. She's ugly. She is such an ugly, she's such an ugly mammy. She's so thrilled that he knows a derogatory term and he used it against black people, and that just tingled her all over her little, uh her waist trainer. It's like, why are you happy about that?
Yeah, that shouldn't be like, ooh, honey. Like what?
Yeah.
Yeah, like she was excited about that. Let's go.
Descendant
Wait a minute, James.
of
How do
slaves.
you know the term tether?
He is a tether. He is not an American descendant of slaves. So when Byron Donalds cries like he has over the last couple of weeks because I call him a slave to AIPAC, a slave to corporate interest, a slave to the pro-immigration lobby that has hurt every race of Americans, but has also hurt Black Americans who disproportionately work in food, hospitality, leisure, and customer service. He is in
Pause
no
that for a
position.
second. Pause that. Pause that. See, this is how you can rock the dummies back to sleep. Well, he's talking about Black Americans who no, Black Americans aren't exclusively the only group of people working in hospitality. If you're going to talk about you're for the Black Americans, speak to about the group exclusively. Start talking about reparations. Start talking about things that focus on Black issues exactly. So I really can't handle this. I just wanted to say that they try to throw that in there like, I'm helping the Black people. I can call them
Right.
what? And even if you are helping Black people, that means you can start saying slavery was genocide. Okay. And it happened for centuries. Not, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It happened for centuries. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
No. But don't you think it's interesting how bold this person feels because of the way this whole delineation movement has been running? That he feels emboldened now to be able to speak because it's like, oh, finally, these black people are saying what we've been wanting to like get them to say, and so now they feel emboldened now to like say the same thing. And then you have a African American woman here that thinks it's funny. You know, it's like this is not funny, and that's the thing. People want to call me back for being Pan Africanist. Pan African was about being at one with everybody. having solidarity with the Caribbeans, the Africans, and people all over the world. This is this delineation movement. Now when you get this happening, and then he's using this word tether because of the thing that he's for immigration, and then he actually literally says that he has no connection to slavery. Let's watch this.
Hurt every race of Americans, but has also hurt Black Americans who disproportionately work in food, hospitality, leisure, and customer service. He is in no position, has no right to be complaining about me calling him a slave when he has absolutely no direct descendant of slavery in his family. He's from Panama. He's from Belize. His dad's from Jamaica. Irrelevant.
How's that? So see how if you're not educated, those are countries that have a history of African slave trade. Go on. That's all I said.
That's all. I think they cut it off right there. I don't know what else he said after that, but I think that was enough. Like, that's enough, bro. Like, what?
So now Jamaicans are not descendants of the slave trade? How does he not have any connection to the slave trade?
Exactly. So that to me is like, it's really taking it's going too far. It's like but you'll hear people really like thinking it's cool. It was funny to her. She's laughing. It's a joke, and they'll be like, just because he's saying the word tether, it's like, oh, you know about the word tether, girl. Child, you know about that word? Like, come on.
Is he invited to the barbecue, the FBA barbecue?
Yes, he's invited to the FBA barbecue now. He could go to the barbecue and eat ribs and stuff like
that. and they can get him up there and put him on the karaoke mic and he can rap some Eminem.
Right, you know what I'm saying? And then they are gonna high five and like, yeah, boy, like it's like a kid and play movie back in the 90s, just crazy. Like, yeah, boy, Flavor Flav gonna come back and come out with his clock on his. Yeah, boy, come on now, let's go.
Now, who exactly was that dragging you for filth? James Fishback enters governor's race, hurls insults at leading Republican Byron Donalds, a 30-year-old political newcomer who acknowledges he skipped voting in past Republican primaries, entered the GOP primary for governor by comparing the President Donald Trump endorsed candidate Byron Donalds, who is Black, to a slave. Well, what Ron DeSantis said, it was a training program, though. So he might have meant, you looking to better yourself and picking up additional skills. That's what Ron DeSantis be teaching.
Started this fire with the bill that he signed.
The new standards say Florida students should be taught about the harsh conditions slaves endured, but also about how slaves developed skills, which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit.
They're probably going to show some of the folks that eventually parlayed, being a blacksmith into doing things later.
Man, they sound crazy. This sounds crazy.
He couldn't even get it out. This is sick. So when the Jewish people worked in the Holocaust, they could use those skills to do things like really.
Right, exactly.
That's crazy. Like the Jewish. So we could say that. Which I would never say something that disrespectful to any group of people who have been through what we've been through, something similar. So because they were working as slaves and forced to learn these trades, it was a good thing. What the hell? Oh, this is America. And I blame Black people for this.
Taught about I don't
blame the white people anymore. I don't blame the white people anymore.
Slaves developed skills.
I'm sorry, what were you saying? I don't blame the white people anymore, right? Because we're agreeing with them. We jumping on the bandwagon. Yes. You know what I'm saying? Now that we have to do movement, delineation. Call ICE on all the people that have an immigrant background, even if they're Caribbean, African. But and now you're seeing that now that things are jumping in, other people are jumping into the thing. They're beginning to use your rhetoric just like they used. Remember, we had the thing woke. Now woke became woke politics and woke this and other things other than what it was initially meant for. Now woke means a whole nother thing. And watch, you're gonna see this whole tether thing get turned into something else. If you're
But
not.
look at also, I want to say this. I like to keep on comparing Black people to other groups. Why do you see anybody trying to sign a petition to deport Sofia Varga or any famous Latin American or Latina or Latino American person? Or no, you don't. But Black people, all you said over 130,000, over 100,000 signatures in the petition to get rid of Nicki Minaj. And look at this too.
Get into that. Let's get into that.
And also Genesis, you mentioned this. Where was remember when ICE was going and taking the actual illegal immigrants out? The Hispanics were fighting for them, but we got Negroes cheering ICE on and trying to get ICE to go deport actual American citizens like Nicki Minaj. It's ridiculous.
Exactly. Let's look into that.
Breaking news: an online petition to deport Nicki Minaj has exploded over the internet with over 120,000 signatures. People are fighting back. Here's the real story. This isn't coming from government officials. It's from everyday users on change.org that are demanding Nicki Minaj be deported back to Trinidad. Multiple petitions have now hit 6 figures in signatures. Fans and critics alike are saying it's tied to Nicki's recent appearances in Critics. Specifically, her statement and her joining Eric Kirk on Turning Point USA was a big defiance for a lot of Nicki Minaj's fans. Because not only did she praise Donald Trump, she jumped on his anti-trans rhetoric as well. Some people even accuse her of erratic behavior and even call out her defense of her husband, Kenneth Petty, who happens to be a registered sex offender. Important to note, a petition cannot legally deport someone. Nicki Minaj built her legacy on the back of queer fans, Black women, and a lot of people that are just wanting to be themselves. Just for her to do a full 360 and slap her fans in the face. As always, follow along for more. I will try to keep you guys updated with the latest.
Crazy.
Well, then stop being her fans. I mean, people are weird. Just do what you did with Doja Cat. Unsubscribe. Stop buying her music. You don't have to try to deport her.
Right. So here's the thing: is she lost 10 million subscribers when she did. I'm not sure if you got to see the Turning Point thing where she said something about like that Black women need to stop making white women feel insecure. Something weird like that. Let me find that video. But in the meantime, while I find that, I'm gonna play this.
What?
Yeah, she did say some wild stuff. I was like, what?
She's cute. I love Nicki, but everybody goes through shit,
And also, it's like, bro, she is not a politician. That's the thing with this guy. He is a politician, so he's acting like a social media person, and he's doing politics. Okay, so that's the part. But I guess that's the new way: is that anybody can run for office, and if they have enough rhetoric behind them and enough, saying enough wild stuff, they get enough views. They could actually probably have a leg in a race in a gubernatorial thing. I don't even know what his background is, this guy. You know what I'm saying? So it's interesting. Let's play this while I look at this thing.
Bills, which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit.
They're probably going to show some of the folks that eventually parlayed being a blacksmith into doing things later in life.
Come on now, dog.
Up until that point that he gives his money back, I'm going to keep calling him what he is.
Gubernatorial candidate James Fishback doubling down on referring to Congressman Byron Donalds as a, quote, slave to his donors. Both men trying to be your next governor. Tonight, only chief political correspondent David Elias introduces you to the candidate who wants to be your next governor.
My message as running for governor is very simply to keep Governor DeSantis' wins in place and then to build on affordability.
30-year-old Republican investor James Fishback praising Governor DeSantis while focusing on affordability.
It has gotten way too expensive to insure your home, to buy your home, to pay property taxes. Everything under the sun here in Florida has gotten too expensive.
Those things have happened under the governor's watch. Your reaction to that?
They've happened under a lot of people's watch.
Now, we got a couple of things.
Go ahead.
What state is that?
Florida.
DeSantis sounds like somebody that ran here.
I think it's Florida. He's
well,
trying to.
if it's Florida, he might win.
I think that's what it is, that he might win, and so therefore that's why they're like going in. This new person is like going in on like some. I don't know if he's hired by someone to like really try, but he had this guy, Byron Donalds, has a chance to win.
He looks like he's trolling. He has a smirk on his face while he's saying all this.
The whole time, that's what I'm saying. And so is that a real, like, is this politics, or is this like social media,
And he's a child. He's like a child. He's 30 and he's showing all his immaturity.
Exactly. It's really.
But look at this. When you have the commander in chief, when you have a president who's a social media clown and troll, what do we expect? He seems like a troll to me, but go ahead. I just want to say thanks for stopping that. I just wanted to ask those questions and add that.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Top Ron DeSantis aides have ties to the controversial GOP candidate for Florida governor. While the governor hasn't endorsed in the race, at least two top aides have been in touch with James Fishback, whose campaign has faced criticism over his social media posts. And speaking of social media posts, we have seen the amplification of the racial attacks against Byron Donalds, by and large, go unaddressed by Byron Donalds. See, he's in a trick bag whereby he cannot acknowledge racism. We call this the Vivek Ramaswamy. He's found himself in the Vivek Ramaswamy, where he has gone so far down the road that he cannot acknowledge the racism, even as it's being amplified against him.
That's deep. No, that's deep. That's deep. Genesis, that is deep. That's deep right there. You can't even be like, people want to talk about, well, Jesse Jackson, he called us African Americans. But I bet you back in the day when Jesse was running, you couldn't get away with this shit because people are going to start hollering. Yeah, they'll start hollering, racist. But now you got to sit still if you want to try to make it and let people attack you in the most disparaging way by mocking slavery. This is America. This is America.
And I want to give you your props. Okay, Nepal wants ML Hermana. Nepal wants me Hermana. Always, you did a great job with the panel last night. So I wanted to just take that time out.
Oh yeah, you're my hermana. That means that's Spanish for sisters, guys.
Oh.
But you left. I need you to come back and do really, really get into it because you are the ephod priestess. I really wished you would have been there, but you were working. You're working for a living. But yeah, thank you so much. I want to do another panel, and I'm working on it because usually Genesis will be up there and I'll be cutting her off. And no, I will not. I'm acknowledging that. See, I'm publicly acknowledging that. I'll be snatching the mic from you. I will make a very conscious effort, like right now, to share the mic in my Gemini soul.
Over here, over here, I'll do like this. Look.
Oh, I like that. Oh, I love that. I got to steal that. Send that to me.
So this is crazy. I'm like, so this is the thing. Okay, FBA, who is allowed to use the word tether? And at what point do we just allow, okay, I get it. There's a delineation movement, right? But now it's a thing. So are you joining in with the people that can be considered racist? Like you said, Jesse Jackson and them back in that time, you couldn't do this. Why? Because we had solidarity amongst each other. That was what the Pan-African movement brought. But right now, it's delineation. So when that candidate is getting his ASS handed to him in a racist way, the people are saying, hey, well, the delineation. So is that
turning a blind eye, even when they attack the very foundation, no pun intended, of what FBA is? He's attacking he's saying, he's calling him a slave in a disrespectful way.
And then saying he wasn't a slave.
Yeah, exactly. So
he said he's Panamanian and from Belize, and that I don't know if they had slavery in Belize and Panama. Maybe they didn't.
Yeah, they had slavery. Yes, they have a slave history.
Yeah, see, I don't know. I don't know what I'm sorry.
I don't know what he's talking about. Like, why did she just let him get away with that when he was on the panel with her?
Isn't that crazy? She laughed. It was funny. She was more amused at the fact that he knew the word tether than anything. It's almost like when your grandma says a new thing. Like right now they have a thing called 6'7". Like when your grandma 6'7", and you're like, oh, grandma, you know about 6'7". That's pretty much how she was responding to that. Like, bro, like, no, this is a candidate for like office. Like, no, we need to be a little more professional. What are we doing here? Let's go.
And it's very, even for him, excuse me, he's running in the United States of America. I know that we have a very racist president, so people are trying to get away with what they can. But how are you just going to sit and run for governor and you're in a state calling people tethers? There's immigrants in Florida. I mean, we've got a large Latino population. You know what I mean? So you're literally openly calling a tether is somebody, and if you don't know, I know they know on your channel, but I'm streaming it. But tether is someone who says like, I'm gonna have a baby. I'm from another country. I'm a foreigner. I'm not an American citizen, but I'm gonna have a baby to tether me to the land. They also call them anchor babies.
But no. According to Tariq Nasheed, a tether is a person that is from not from FBA descent, Caribbean, African American, that tethers on to the accomplishments of Black FBA, and then also they get into office and they work against foundational Black American interests. I think that's what the tether is supposedly, according to what he says. So
right. So there are people, but he's focusing on immigrants, right? So there are immigrants this guy is like basically saying, I don't care. I don't give a damn about your immigrant vote. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't care. If I'm Caribbean listening, right? I'm gonna be like, damn, what's a tether? I'm gonna go Google it and think, I'm not voting for this guy, but he does not care. You get what I'm saying? He's not even trying to hide it.
Peace. What's up? Hey, what's up, Fundi? If you want to join, Fundi, please come up. That'd be great to hear your opinion on this. But yeah, it's interesting. It's like, bro, like really. So now, like I said, just like you had the word when we had the other word, we had the word woke, right? We had you're too woke, or you're woke, I'm woke. Now we have tether, and now you have this other group that now is getting into politics, and then people are proud to hear a white person say the word tether. Let's go.
A victim right now. That's what you sounding like. You have a victim mentality. That's what that sounded. And another thing too, his excuse. We know what he meant by slave. We know what he meant. But his excuse that you are a slave to your donors. You know?
Yeah.
Was he wrong though? What was he wrong?
He's out of line, but he's right.
James Fishback, he opened his campaign by saying some things that seemed pretty derogatory about you. One of those seemed racial, if not racist, in saying that you were a slave, and then went on to say slave to corporate donors and that sort of thing.
I'm not going to respond to ignorance. That's my response.
No.
My campaign's going very well. We've been in about 50 counties in Florida. We've been very successful in terms of reaching voters. Obviously having the support of President Trump, Senator Rick Scott, most of the congressional delegation. Our polling numbers, we're leading very big in the polls, and our fundraising apparatus is going quite well. And so, the only response I really do have is that, in politics, when you're in the lead, people try to do anything they can to try to take shots at you. But I'm not going to respond to ignorance. If it's something about policies.
That's beautiful, actually. Let me talk to you, Black man. That's an intelligent Black man right there. I can't even be mad at him. when I hear him say that he's in the lead, see, I'm just learning this story. That is exactly what that uneducated, racist white guy is trying to do. He's trying to trigger him. This is what they've been doing throughout time. I didn't know he was in the lead. See, he's trying to trigger him. And this is the game you have to play when you're trying to be in politics as a black man. He's taking a page out of Barack Obama's book, actually. I didn't know the full story. Now I get it. Now I get why he hasn't said anything. Because he's trying to make him look like an emotional black guy who was gonna fly off the handle, start rolling his neck and punching the wall, punching the air, you know. And the guy is being very intelligent because he needs the vote. He needs to stay in the lead. So I get it. I salute him on that. But it's a damn shame that we have to function like that in this country. That's all I'm gonna say.
Have to pretend like it doesn't exist, right? In order for but in the meantime, So here's the thing. This is the thing. Let me just show you how confused everybody is about even when it comes to the rhetoric, okay, of delineation. So tether being one of the words of delineation. So let's hear what people are saying, what the definition of tether is. So one person says, Iceberg First says, no, tether is a black immigrant person from the diaspora living in America. Then Jamal, 123 SR9M, a troll account says, tethers are foreigners who really hates black people and go against black people. People don't even know what the heck tether really is. And that's
why I thought it was, because here in Arizona and other parts, not just Arizona, but especially Arizona, they call them anchor babies. They used to. And that's what I thought, an anchor baby, like somebody who has a baby here to stay. So I see there's different definitions. Okay.
R.I.S.E was the one who came up with the actual word, the actual thing, tether, as it is when it comes to FBA, Let's see if let's see what his description is, because he's the one who created it. So let's see what his he breaks it down. Let's look at this, because I don't know exactly. It's hard to understand. Well, what is it? You know what I'm saying? What is it?
Right.
And I'm like, because if you go by the followers of what it is, they don't know exactly either. Let's just be real. They don't even know. So let's go with the person who actually coined the term according to this. Let's go.
The tether term and again, them trying to come in and undermine us in many cases is very unfortunate, and we call that out. But what's more dangerous, and where the tether term applies, is when people who look a lot like us, who come in and try to secretly undermine us. See, we know when the Latinos, we kind of know what their get down is. We already know. But the thing is, we get people over here who kind of Mediterranean diet with us to a certain degree, and then take on our dialect, take on our language, and they start acting like us, but secretly try to undermine us. So that's what a tether is. When you tether yourself onto somebody, that's what the movie Us was about. That's why the movie Us, and I want y'all to go look at that movie and study it, because it was really about immigration and about black people coming from somewhere else, replacing.
I'm not sure if that's really what the movie Us was about. I don't know, but so now they huh?
I didn't see what he's talking about. Like, how are they tethers?
I don't, see.
But I don't listen. For the record, I don't have anything against Tariq Nasheed. He's a friend of Sonnetters. I do have something against the division that's going on, and that's not just with the FBA movement. We got division with the Abos, division with the Hebrews versus Kemet. Come on, Black people, can't you see that we have some serious problems that we have not faced? We got
an anti-Tariq Nasheed situation. This is an anti. If you're going to have a movement, define it clearly and make sure that the people that are in the movement know what it is. Because, like I said, when people are confused, You got one
Right.
person saying it's one thing. No, it's this. It's a black immigrant from a diaspora living in America. That's not what he said. This one says tethers are foreigners who really hates black people and go against. I guess that's the closest thing that what he said. But you know, if you're gonna have an FBA movement, at least have a true like send a paperwork out or something, send a document out or put a bit on a website or something, so the people like when they get to like saying what the definition of these things are, everybody is in solidarity.
Yeah, and Genesis, where's the movement that I keep? And I talked to a couple of my friends. Shout out to Unbiased. He's a friend of mine. He's one of the top proponents for foundational Black Americans. But I want to say this, and I'll ask him as well. Where is the movement that these Caribbeans have against Black Americans? Because I keep hearing about the hate they have. I know. Listen, we all know about how people are when they have different cultures, how they look at one person and say, we're better than you. But don't we do that too? Like you go into a Jamaican's house and be like, why is everything curry? Or why is everything, what's that stuff that you jerk? Like, I don't like the taste of jerk. I don't like that taste of jerk.
Hey, listen, we make fun of Indians because they smell like curry.
Yeah, so
I'm a software engineer, and that curry will be banging. But it smells.
I love that. Yeah.
It smells like a whole restaurant is happening right now. But it's like, bro, that one little dish that you heated up in the microwave will have that whole office banging of curry. You know what I'm saying? So, and Jamaican got curry too. So, you know, but I wanted to like at
But
least
tell the truth. Don't, when they get here, yes, we're not just talking about 2026. We're going back to the 90s, the 80s, the 70s. A lot of times our people who are the same as descendants of slaves, they come to America and we give them the hardest time. Like, I know I have a background on my dad's side. They were bougie. They were Creole and Haitian and Dominican, and they would look down on people who made fun of them. In fact, I will say this, if I can, a lot of times a lot of Caribbeans or a lot of the diaspora, when we talk about Pan-Africanism, and we're saying Pan-African, we mean the descendants of slaves as well, not just in the continent. So a lot of times they put on that air of superiority to balance out all of the discrimination and the harassment and the things that the prejudice that our own people give to them when they get here. You know what I'm saying, Genesis? Like Africans they've done that to balance it out. Like, you a weird African booty scratcher. And then they have to like be like, but we know how to do this and you don't have this. So it's just like, why would you start up? So I'm going full circle, and I'm gonna say this. Okay, we do it, right? We do it on both sides. But I don't see them with a whole movement and a leader and tenets and points that you have to follow to be prejudiced and to spread hate about your own Black people. But I do see it with the FBA movement.
Well, let me tell you.
Thank you for letting me say that.
Let me clear this up. The FBA is not a movement. Guess what? It's so.
I know that's what Unbiased told me. It's not a movement.
Everything is pointing to it's a movement, right? They say
yeah.
is the movement, and that is separating ourselves out, the foundational Black Americans, out from the immigrant class, the so-called tether class, and saying that we are foundational Blacks and that we deserve reparations, and so that we can get these reparations and all this other stuff that this is about. But he just said he just told you what a tether was. This is what a Tulsa FX said. But here's the thing: he just said it, so I had to bring what he said to even clear up, because when you ask FBA what tether is, you'll have 50 different answers. So what I'm saying is, if you're going to have a delineation movement, and FBA is the lineage of the delineation movement, and tether is the thing that you want to call people based on that delineation movement, there should be a clear definition for tether that everybody is aware of. It should not be a thing where one person is like, oh no, a tether's an immigrant. Oh no, a tether's a person that hates African Americans. Oh no, a tether is it. No, he just explained what a tether was. Everybody should say the same thing. It shouldn't be a thing where everybody's all like just willy-nilly all over the place with it. And that's the thing is when you create something and you don't have a movement behind it and you don't have clear marching orders behind it, that's where you have issues. So I don't have a problem with Tariq Nasheed. I have a problem is that he does not want to say that he's the leader of it because of course you know what happens when you say that you're the leader of something, you get targeted. So I get why he's saying, oh, it's just a lineage. And then we're gonna have delineation be the movement. Okay, if that's the movement and delineation is not actually a like Pan-Africanism is an actual movement, there's actual clear there's actually rules and everything that goes, there's actually creeds and mission statements and everything that you can go back to about what Pan-Africanism is. With this, it's all over the place. And I'm just saying is that this is the thing that I have an issue with is that when you're going to have people like get on me about being Pan-Africanist and say, well, Pan-Africanism is a scam. Well, it sounds to me like this, even though you might not think it's a scam, it just seems like it's all over the place. It has no clear direction or where it's going. We just know that there's something about reparations, and then we have tether, and then people are eating mud pies, and it's a comedic person that's really funny that gets on
Wait,
TikTok.
what are you talking about? The Haitians? What do you mean by mud pies?
Well, Tariq Nasheed will say they're eating mud pies or you're in the bush. He does a lot of comedic things to make fun of the Caribbean people and the African people when he's doing his shows. Like, okay, you out there eating some mud pies, we got your flip flops on. That he uses comedy to engage the audience and then he teaches at the same time. So 1 minute he's making.
How is it funny? That's the thing about Black people. I'm saying I don't mean, excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Are you done? Because I was gonna. I know I stopped myself. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. That's okay.
No, I'm just saying, how is that even funny to laugh at like people eating mud pies when number one, it's not just about them being hungry. It's also a part of the culture. If you know the richness in like the minerals and people, even in America, in New Orleans, in Louisiana, they go to the bank, the river bank, and they get the mud, and the women, they'll eat it or they'll use it on their skin and their body. So it's like, it's also an age difference too, It's also very young people.
Yeah, I think it is very young. It's a very young movement. And so like I think that what he does is he uses comedy to kind of like keep everybody engaged. But I wanted to show this. I know it's like this is just my own me being a comedian my dang on self. All right. So I'm gonna just show hold on, what did it say? Instead of repenting of their ancestors' criminal behavior that led us into slavery, they rather continue down the path of being traitors to Mother Africa. Okay. Wow. Yeah. I mean, so let's go. So this is what, okay, let's watch.
A lot of good Jamaican folks. There are a lot of good Jamaican people. Unfortunately, you have the tether class who are not so good. A lot of these people, they weren't good in Jamaica and they ain't good outside of Jamaica. Unfortunately, a part of the culture is denigrating foundational Black Americans, and that's been going on for a long time. And boy, the Jamaicans inside and out Jamaica, boy, they've been going in on Black Americans, saying we ain't shit, we're entitled. They are going in on us.
The ignorance that Americans have shown this week is the reason why us West Indians do not like America.
We don't give a damn. Let me say that. I'm gonna try not to interrupt. It goes on and on and on and on.
That's funny. I need to learn how to do that. That's cool. I love it.
So, that's why he said, okay, that this is what, people from that lineage of Caribbean will say certain things. That's why we don't like y'all. And so he's like, okay, they're going in on this. But is there an entire movement of people like that are coming together and like messing?
Yeah.
We don't got none of, blah, blah. It's not. There is not a whole movement of Caribbeans coming together in a group.
Thank you. And she sounded like, not to diss anybody's young age, but she sounded like a teenager. Like, how are we just using her as like the voice of all Caribbeans?
Hello, right? So, and I took that from one of his things. I took that from his actual That was his words. He pasted that in there, and it was from him. So there we go. So they said that the mud pies were very nutritional. I'm sure. I mean, hell, some places, they have different practices in different areas, Africa, all over the place. So
Yeah,
Texas.
mud pies are the bomb. People are taking vitamins, and what do you think there's minerals in, of course, now we got a lot of pollution, but this has been traditional over time, people eating the earth, and that's the thing. You say you want to be foundational Black Americans. Well, you don't, Negroes, I'm saying Negroes, get mad if you want, Negroes, establish a culture. Remember, I was talking about that when I was talking about the jumping the broom, and then Senator said no. And it's like, okay, you establish something that you do instead of always wanting to get rid of everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop making fun of stuff that you don't understand because you grew up in a concrete village. In the city, most Black people grow up in, not most, many, in urban communities. People actually did things. Our people, we need to get back connected to the land, to the roots. And I'm not trying to sound cliche or a tree hugger hippie, but like making fun of people wearing flip-flops and eating mud pies. Like, how old are we? That's so unintelligent and childish. But you will not catch Latin America. I say Latin Americans because people say Latinx. You won't catch Latinos doing it. You won't catch Jewish people doing it. You won't catch Native American people making fun of anything silly that they do within their culture. You know they won't, right? Genesis, you won't catch them doing it if they like it or not. But you'll catch Black people doing it. Thank you for letting me ramble. I'm just saying it just bothers me.
I mean, yeah, that's a good point. And so here he says, Mr. Mosey 777 says, there's no issue with Tariq pointing out division in African diaspora. However, he never shows the unity that does exist amongst us. Why not give more attention to our unity than our division?
Right, that's Moses 777. Peace. Yeah, that's true. Why not? Because that would be that's too much work for us. I was saying we've been ripped away. Yes, we lost so much. We have to put the pieces back together. But every time somebody brings a piece, like, I think this will fit really well into the space. Oh, throw that away. We don't want that. eating mud pies and doing Kwanzaa. You know what I mean? It's like, what the freaking hell?
Right. That was created by an evil person that was he had beat up his wife and he drugged him and stuck him to death or whatever. Like, okay, but Kwanzaa actually was a good thing. Contribution, even though
yes, Kwanzaa's great.
So a centipede says Nepal. That's why there's a disconnect between people from the southern U.S. and up north. People down south lived very similar to people in the Caribbean and were teased by their families up north. Yeah.
That's a good point. Thank you. So that is a great, excellent point, because it's not about them being from outside of the United States. It's the slave descendancy. It is the disconnection and the trauma. I love Dr. Joy Degree. If I could, I hope before I leave this earth that I can sit down with that woman and at least speak to her or let her talk to me. Dr. Joy Degree, post-traumatic slave syndrome, that is what you're looking at. You're looking at trauma. You're looking at epigenetic trauma that continues to go on and on and on. And when are we going to address it? Because that's a great point. The North and the South, they did the same thing, but they couldn't start a movement. I'm sure there was a movement, but it didn't pick up. But they couldn't. They don't have anybody saying we got to get rid of all these Southern people, just the Northern people, because it was the Northern people, like W.E.B. Du Bois, right? Du Bois, I should say, Du Bois. Who else? Even Frederick Douglass. I went from the 20s all the way back to post the slave after slavery. So people in the North thought they were better. They looked down their noses to the South. They said, we want to help them. Oh, we feel so sorry for them. But the black slaves that escaped to the North, because white people would let them sit alongside them and, gave them the illusion that they were free in a sense, they would look down on slaves in the South, and that caused resentment and a division. So we got the same thing, Genesis. That is an excellent point. We have Caribbeans and Native American, Native US, I'm going to say Native US citizen blacks who were born here and their families born here. We have the same thing going on. So thank you for that comment. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, that's what's going on.
Yeah,
it's still us. It's still us. We're still the same people.
Mm-hmm. And
Damn.
so let's hear the rest of this. So let's go.
That are
Thank
impacting
you.
the people of Florida. If it's about the future of our state, we'll talk about that. But ignorant stuff, cheap shots, I have no response for it.
Hey, Fishback. He said he not going to acknowledge ignorance. Hey, you're going to have to hit him again.
I know this is a challenging topic for people. However, I want people to be able to see how, unfortunately, when we have immigrants to come into our country, Americans can't do politics. We have to be able to do politics for America.
When immigrants come into our country, Americans can't do politics?
She sounds so embarrassingly dumb.
What the heck are you talking about? Isn't America made up of immigrants? Isn't it like the melting pot? Wasn't it once considered the melting pot? Wasn't it a thing? What didn't it say? Bring us your this. What does it? Bring us your poor.
The great American melting pot, but that don't have to. When it comes to us, she's just talking crazy. What the freaking heck is she saying? This is where I said our sisters need to do better. She sounds so dumb. I mean it. I usually don't try to drag women like as of late, I'd say the last 2 years, but she sounds so stupid trying to make this white man give her a pat on the head. What do you mean Americans can't do politics because of immigrants? What does that mean?
It sounds crazy. If America was really built on immigration, hell, even
it still is.
The whole thing is built on. What are we talking about?
She's dumb as hell because Donald Trump was just trying to bring rich South African farmers over here as refugees, talking about we have to help them. So we shot that shit down. America did. Thank goodness white America was not interested in bringing over rich South African farmers. You heard about that at that time?
One farmer that they brought over, actually, I think he ended up killing his wife over here.
Damn.
Yeah, I think he ended up like murdering his wife or something crazy stuff. Something kind of crazy. He ended up in jail.
See, and she's over here talking about immigrants.
Go ahead.
Why do our people want to be white? Why do you want to be? If you want to be white people, be the so-called good white people, the ones who fight for us. Not the. Why do you want to be the KKK? Why do you want to be the neo-Nazi? Why do you want to align with the people who hate you? Why? And I have another thing to ask. Why do we fight so hard for people who, how do I say this?
Wasn't the whole rights movement? Didn't we fight to have people to be able to come over here only to have it undone? Like, what is that about?
I don't know. I was just about to say, black people, y'all are hilarious.
Wasn't
the
reason why they can come over here is because of civil rights movement that we created? Now we want to undo it. Say, oops, my bad. Indian give.
Well, the civil rights movement is actually for people who are here, but we're always keeping our doors open. Even if they don't like that, they don't get it. The white people are not saying we don't want the Ukrainians. They're not saying that en masse. They're not. White people, I remember when I lived in New York, remember when they were bringing over the Albanians?
Yeah.
You remember that in the war, there was the Serbs and the I think the Albanians. They would
Listen,
bring.
America is not delineating when it comes to white people, but we're delineating when it comes to Caribbean and Africa.
Oh yeah, they were asking people in New York in the 90s who would like to host an Albanian family with of refugees, but not Negroes. No, they're trying to get rid of. They're trying to get rid of people who are actually iconic. They don't want them here. They don't even like Barack Obama. That was one of the best presidents we ever had. I don't give a damn what y'all say. Okay. I love Barack Obama.
Right. So let's go.
Challenging topic for people. However, I want people to be able to see how, unfortunately, when we have immigrants to come into our country, Americans can't do politics. We have to be able to do.
When we have immigrants coming to our country, Americans can't do politics. What are you talking about, man? What?
We can't do politics, Master.
We can't even trust to put. We don't know what to do when these immigrants comes into America. Look, shoot, what's we supposed to do? What's we supposed to do?
I can't even, Master. I can't even find a way to do politics no more.
Oh, should I vote? Which one should I check on the voting block thing? Is it a vote? Do I go to the thing and check a box, or do I just hold my hand up and just be counted? I just don't know what to do. Politics is just
that's how.
When the immigrants comes into America, we just don't know what to do.
They've been the problem all along. It ain't you, white massa. It's these immigrants, the black ones, though.
There's the black immigrant, not the white ones. Oh, you could bring all the people from Ukraine and Bosnia and all over the world, but these ones from the Caribbean and Africa, they just messing up our politics.
I just can't take no more, massa.
They come from Pakistan and become the mayor of New York and everything, but no, they not the problem. But that one guy in Florida, that one guy in Florida, he from Panama, and we just don't know how to do politics no more.
Right, exactly. The president has a whole Eastern Bloc wife from Eastern Bloc Europe. You know, she's like, where is she from? I don't even know. She's definitely from like Russia or somewhere like
just super duper, just all the way white, just super.
Yeah,
white.
is anybody complaining about her? Nobody's trying to cancel her and petition send her home.
Right, but they're gonna do it for Nicki Minaj because she was at Turning Point and said something.
Yeah,
exactly. I don't agree with what she said. I don't think that she needs to be deported because of it.
Exactly. She's ignorant. She's being Nicki and listen. She sat down with Charlie Kirk's widow and had the nerve and didn't think before she said, like, come on. She said, JD Vance is an assassin. Like, girl, if you don't go somewhere and have somebody advise you in a better way, come on, Nicki. And then she grabbed her mouth like, oops. Like, Nicki, they're not, oh, God.
Oops. Like, what are you talking about, Nicki? Like, so you taking that serious? People got that serious? They're like, oh my God, she needs to be deported.
And why is she giving this woman, Erica, what's her name, Erica Kirk? This isn't a diss on the woman as a widow, but like she's nobody to Nicki Minaj. Why are you giving her your power like that? But then you're going, and then Cardi, and let me tell you about Beyonce and Jay-Z, and I'm going to get in on you, SZA. And then you sit down with some woman who is absolutely no one. She's not Charlie Kirk. She's his widow. So on the that's what I'm saying. You see how she lowered herself? Like, let me make sure that I'm okay with you, Erica Kirk. But then you want to diss SZA and talk about how ugly she used to be. You want to talk about Beyonce. You want to talk about their kids. You want to talk about Cardi, but you don't have any. You kiss the freaking toenails of pink toenails of Erica Kirk. And I really was disappointed in you, Nikki, for that. I really was. I know you don't give a damn because you probably would have smoke for any black woman. I'm a nobody though, right? Get it? It's like, God damn, you say you want to be a part of this American, I'm Black American and proud, but it looks like y'all are going back to the days of like the coon and the, you remember Django? Who that nigga on that nag, master? It's like you're having to be like the complete coon.
Yeah,
right?
Very much coonish. You should have heard when she said about the white. But before we do that, let's take a time out. Shouts out to King Linwood 5080 for his $1.99 super chat. Just for you able to play this song for you. Thank you for your time. And everybody else, if you would like to support the channel, supporting our pause channel, please support it. Shouts out to you. Thank you.
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making money moves. Jewelry in the safe, piggy bank on full. And I'm living life abundant. I'm making money fast. I'm a money making magnet, making cold hard cash. I'm making money. Oh, I am blessed.
Hey, listen, that is the money mantra, and I encourage people to remember it. And just when you get up in the morning, remember that song and sing it to yourself. Shouts out. Welcome to the
I
panel.
like that. That was sweet.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to the panel, Pamelaism. Did you want to make a piece?
Thanks for having me up, and I try to make my comment brief as possible. Now, I admit I caught the tail end of the interview or the clip that you played between that Black American woman and that white guy, but I have to acknowledge that I understood her point. Maybe you all didn't, but I understood her point when she said that when immigrants come, and I'm paraphrasing, of course, but she was saying that when immigrants come to the U.S., we can't do politics. Now, I would have articulated that a little better, but it's irrefutable that when we turn a blind eye to mass immigration, the result is cities like New York, cities like Compton, cities like Los Angeles, cities like Boston, cities like Miami, where there are literally zero majority Black American communities. And we have to implement the instinct of foresight to realize if we continue to turn a blind eye to mass immigration, the entirety of the U.S. demographically may look like Miami or New York City, where there are no majority Black American communities. So she was actually correct when she said that, even though you may say that she did not articulate her stance as efficiently as she could have.
You want to address what he's saying before I'll let you go first.
I don't think that was the point that she was trying to make. I think that she was pretty much saying that we can't do politics. And the actual full video, we're going to play the rest of it. But go ahead, Napad. Did you want to address it? Because
Oh yeah, I just want to say thank you for hitting the panel and adding it to the build. I did want to say, like, I agree with Genesis. I don't. Your perspective is a little bit more, not a little bit. It is okay. It's an intelligent conversation that we can entertain, whether we agree with you or not. But with her, I was hearing her say, because they're here, we can't even do politics. So I think what you're saying is, like, she's saying we have to be strict on them and we can't be political. We got to be more like strict. Is that what you're saying you think her position was? If you don't mind kind of like just reiterating. I don't know if you're muted. I don't hear you though. Do you hear him?
Pay him a lot of
Yeah, I heard what you said, and from my understanding, and I actually agree with what I think the point she was trying to make was, which is, as I stated, mathematically, when Black Americans allowed themselves to be outnumbered in particular municipalities where Black Americans used to be the majority, or at least used to have majority Black American communities, the majority of the public housing no longer goes to Black Americans. The majority of the city council members will no longer be Black American. The mayors will no longer be Black Americans because the immigrants, logically, I might add, when they move to a particular area, a particular city, a particular community, they will vote for members of their own community. So back to her point, and I agree, she may not have articulated it as best that she could have, but it's the truth. I can name communities and cities that used to be majority Black American that are now majority immigrant, where demographically the Black American vote has been disempowered. So I understand her point, seriously.
Can I ask you? I'd like to ask you a question outside of the topic, because I've been noticing this from hearing you, my brother, speak and listening to your accent. What is going on in Maryland, especially in Baltimore, that there are so many? So there's a lot of FBA proponents, proponents out there. Is it what's going on with your interactions with the immigrants? Is there something that I don't know if anyone's ever asked this before, but from what I've seen, I see a lot of people with I can tell you're from Baltimore. What is going on with the immigrants there that people are
Yes.
getting super radical? Can you talk to us about that?
Yes, ma'am. And just for clarity, from Howard County, Maryland, Columbia, Maryland, but it's
Yeah.
maybe 10 minutes away from Baltimore City. In my estimation, what we are seeing is that within Maryland, we have one of the highest concentrations of immigrant populations throughout the nation due to our proximity to Washington, D.C. So we are seeing the adverse effects of our communities being demographically taken over by foreigners. We see that there is no black and brown alliance. We see that when they come, they're taking things over for themselves. I'll give you a short example. As I stated, I'm from Howard County, Maryland.
Right.
Benjamin Banneker was born on a slave plantation in Ellicott City, Maryland, which is also in Howard County, Maryland. It's on the Baltimore County and Howard County line. My point in bringing that up is on the land where Benjamin Banneker was born, the former slave plantation where Benjamin Banneker was born, Koreans, with the support of the governor of Maryland and with the support of the county executive of Howard County, they have renamed that area Koreatown. They didn't say, no, this is Black and Brown Town. We are all minorities. They said, no, this is specifically our area on your land. So what you're seeing in Maryland is that we realize that there is no alliance between descendants of U.S. chattel slaves and immigrants. They are here for themselves.
I see. Interesting. We need to talk more to people from your area in that region because I'm going to be honest, everybody can't be wrong in Maryland. I'm not saying that I agree with the division, but we do need to hear more from people in those areas. And as I said, this is like you're like the 10th person I've heard with these talking points and with your very distinctive accent. So I appreciate Genesis. You need to do maybe a show more focusing on that area and talking to people because we can get an idea of where this is coming from. And then when they hear somebody like brother Tariq Nasheed come forth and say, hey, this is going on. They eat it up right away because they're like, well, I'm living this right now. You get what I'm saying? So I sympathize with the brothers and sisters, and I'd like to hear more. Again, we don't have to agree but we do need to hear their voices to get the full, perspective. What do you say about that, Genesis? Can you hear me, Genesis?
I will say that there's a Koreatown all over in every different city in America. But the conversation, this delineation movement is not focusing on Koreans and other cultures. The main focus of delineation is Caribbeans and Africans that come from the diaspora, right? So if
with
you
all due respect, you see how dismissive you
see,
were.
I will say
Oh, I'm
this.
sorry, go ahead, sis.
Okay. So what I was saying is that when we talk about the FBA movement, we talk about like the fact that this guy called Byron Daniel Donald a tether. Um, the reason why this man can sit into this situation and call a black man a tether, and I'm going to continue to play this video so we can get the context of what this actual is about. It's not about like whether or not Korean town and this, that, the other in Baltimore is a thing. This is about when we have these certain words that we come up with. Can anybody call that? Can we anybody just use this? Is now a thing universally that we could use. Now we can have a conversation separately about how Korean town and this, that, the other is going on. But the actual title of this video is okay, FBA, what is allowed? Who's allowed to use the word tether?
And
And
can I respond before I drop down? It'll be
because
brief.
you said that I was being dismissive about the fact that Koreatown this was going on and how this was a black thing and the Koreans came in and took it over. Well, why isn't FBA talking about all immigrants and only focusing on Caribbean and African and calling them tethers and not going into the other things like this? Why isn't that a big subject matter?
And please allow me to respond. It'll be a brief sentence. The sentence I was making before is you were very dismissive of your own ethnic groups, communities being taken over demographically by foreigners. Now, yes, I have to acknowledge you are mischaracterizing the stance of FBAs when you say that FBAs are only against Caribbean and African immigrants. You're wrong about that. FBAs are against all immigration to the United States. When you use the term delineation, the reason that this term exists is because Black Americans are not categorized demographically with Koreans on the census. Black Americans are not categorized with Ukrainians racially on the census, but Black Americans are statistically categorized with Caribbeans and Africans on the census. This is why the delineation movement exists. But to be clear, FBAs are against all immigration to the U.S. Respectfully.
Okay. I get it. That makes sense, though. I mean, again, I have a very solid position about us. My position is a foundation in anyone having heritage and ancestry that ties them to the the trafficking of humans, which was the transatlantic slave trade. I stand in that way first, but then I do hear you. That makes sense. I keep saying I'm not saying we should separate because that's not what I go to first and foremost. However, I can hear where he says, and also when speaking to Unbiased, where he says, where the people that are proponents of this, they say they're grouped in with us and they are not with us. They actually work against us. So I get that part where there is a difference where they do say, look, it's immigrants across the board, but Koreans aren't going to be grouped in with FBA. And that makes sense.
Who benefits more off of FBA? A Jamaican to open up a Caribbean restaurant or a Korean open up a beauty supply store?
A Korean, yes, that's the
Hello,
issue. So
or a
that's a
Vietnamese
conversation.
opens up a nail salon, or but so why is the focus mainly on people that look like us versus the people that are really benefiting off of our community, like the Arabs, Koreans, the Chinese food restaurants that open up? He's in Maryland and DC area. How many Chinese restaurants and the mambo sauce? Whenever you get your chicken and you gotta dip it in mambo sauce, they always gotta get the mambo. I used to live in DC. All right, you know what I'm saying? It's called
Uh,
mambo sauce. You know what I'm
DJ,
saying?
and to respond to your question directly, you said who benefits more from the FBAs, the Koreans opening the store or the Caribbeans opening the store? The part that you are missing is that regardless, the FBAs don't benefit, whether it's a black immigrant exploiting our community economically or an Asian immigrant exploiting our community economically. We don't benefit from either.
So why isn't the outrage evenly spread? Hold on, Nepal. I wanted to say
Why
this.
you saying is that?
I've been trying to post the StreamYard link so that anybody in your audience wants the thing, but I don't think it's allowing it. So if you can post the link,
Oh,
I've
got
been
it.
trying
Let
to
me
do it.
get it.
It shows up as nothing when it's like I didn't even post it. So
Oh, wow. Let me get that. Okay.
And may I ask why you say the outrage is not evenly distributed?
it's because when I'm hearing people talk, when especially the FBA community, it's mainly focused on the Caribbean community and the Africans and what they're doing and how they are tethering. But we're not talking about we're not like I would say this, and then people get on me about being Pan African. But then you have movements like I forget what Detroit movement that's kind of based on the pan the Black Panthers that will go to a Arab store and shut it down if a person gets hurt there or gets assaulted there because in Detroit, you'll have a situation and they will go up there and they will shut that place down. So where is the exact same movement going on with the delineation? I'm not going to say FBA. The FBA is a lineage. I'm not going to keep getting like rear-eyed about that. But I'm saying is that what happens with the other movements when it comes with this movement when it comes down to those things.
And let me respond to you very briefly, because what you expressed is your perception. It doesn't make it true. So I can acknowledge from your perception, you may think that FBAs are more oppositional to the black immigrants than the non-black immigrants. I'm here to tell you that I have called ICE on white immigrants, Hispanic immigrants, Asian immigrants, African immigrants, and Caribbean immigrants. I have no picks, really.
Go ahead. That was it.
Literally, that's the entirety of my statement. I have no picks. I'm against all immigrants, unapologetically.
Okay, so what I want to do is I want to just to give you some context of what the conversation was. I'm going to replay this video so that we can like get some context of what was said. Let's go.
Well, that's right. And let's just be completely honest of what Byron Donalds is. Byron Donalds is a tether.
No, I feel like that lady will get out. No. I know he didn't.
Yeah. So hold on. I went too far back. Let's go right here.
Challenging topic for people. However, I want people to be able to see how, unfortunately, when we have immigrants to come into our country, Americans can't do politics. We have to be able to do politics for Americans, and this is something that we have to tackle. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, that's right. And let's just be completely honest of what Byron Donalds is. Byron Donalds is a tether.
No, I feel like that lady will get out. No. I know he didn't. Florida. This what we doing?
Byron Donalds is a tether. He is not an American descendant.
Wait a minute, James. How do you know the term tether?
He is a tether. He is not an American descendant of slaves. So
you never know who be in the chat. You never, because he had to have been in the chat for him to. Wow. I got to be careful on my live streams. It could be James Fishback in there.
So when Byron Donalds cries like he has over the last couple of weeks because I call him a slave to AIPAC, a slave to corporate interest, a slave to the pro-immigration lobby that has hurt every race of Americans, but has also hurt Black Americans who disproportionately work in food, hospitality, leisure, and customer service. He is in no position, has no right to be complaining about me calling him a slave when he has absolutely no direct descendant of slavery in his family.
So do you think this is acceptable right here? Do you think this is cool?
I would say that it's an accurate assessment. Byron Donalds is indeed a tether. Yes.
And would you say he's a slave and that he has no connection to slavery?
He has no connection to slavery in the U.S. for sure.
And you think it's okay for a person of this guy to be able to use the word tether in that way? Is that acceptable? Do you think this is an acceptable situation where this guy is able to then utilize these talking points of him being a tether? Let's play it just for the people in the back that did not hear what he said. Okay, so the girl's like, it's messing up the immigrant, whatever. Let's go.
For people. However, I want people to be able to see how, unfortunately, when we have immigrants to come into our country, Americans can't do politics. We have to be able to do politics for Americans. And this is something that we have to tackle. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, that's right. And let's just be completely honest of what Byron Donalds is. Byron Donalds is a tether.
No, I feel like that lady will get out. No. I know he did. Florida. This what we doing?
Byron Donalds is a tether. He is not an American descendant.
Wait a minute, James. How do you know the term tether?
He is a tether. He is not an American descendant of slaves. So
you never know who be in the chat. You never, because he had to have been in the chat for him to. Wow. I got to be careful on my live stream.
So that tells me
it could be James Fishback in there.
So when Byron
These
Donalds,
white people are listening.
And I want to
respond.
respond. I apologize for cutting you off. DJ Genesis asked me a question, and I do want to respond to this. I'm never mad. And pardon me, goddamn, my wife's got the goddamn AC. It's cold where I'm at, but I will say this. I'm never mad when a tether is criticized by the same ethnicities that these exact tethers work with against FBAs. Really, Byron Donalds literally spoke out against reparations. So no, I'm never mad when a Caucasian, or I don't know if this is a white Hispanic, I don't know what he is. No, I'm not mad at him calling Byron Donalds a tether because that is an accurate assessment, really.
Don't you think it's suspicious when you see Caucasians backing something? I don't know. To me, when they're backing it, it's like, I don't know, bro. And
Well,
they white back FBA division, right? Is that like something that when you see it being backed by governmental candidates and this whole and then using the word tether, and I believe that as much as you guys don't see it, that word is about to be taken away from you and being now just the same word. I keep saying it again, just like woke, just like any other word we use, it's now you're gonna have white people using tether, and then that whole word is going to be just hijacked from the FBA group, and it's going to turn into whatever. So you don't see that this could be a problem in the future. That now, like, instead of nigga, Okay, you got tether. You know what I'm saying? And now you got like people being able to use that, and this could turn into something else.
This is my point. I actually do have foresight, and I think that it benefits Black Americans for other ethnicities to be able to distinguish us from the foreign blacks because they are not us. They do not represent for us. They cannot speak for us. So once again, Byron Donalds, no, he is not FBA. He is of Panamanian Jamaican ancestry. My
But does he
point
live
is,
in America? Didn't he? What didn't he? Wasn't he born in America? Grow up in America?
but
Live?
that does not change his ethnicity. Just like if I was born in China, that does not make me ethnically Chinese. This is the point I'm making. So to answer your question directly, as far as the future, it benefits Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, for other ethnicities to be able to distinguish us from Black immigrants and the descendants of Black immigrants. Really.
Or you want like your own tip, like a nation within a nation. Because there are my family, like see, so many, not just me, so many Black people in America may have one parent who has Caribbean roots or African, continental African roots. And then the other parent is what you call foundationally Black American. So there's it seems like, how is that possible? How can I, if I say, yeah, I'm with the foundational Black American movement, I have to ostracize one part of my
Oh no, you couldn't be a part of the foundational Black. Well, you know what? According to Tariq Nasheed, you could be, but you could be also be considered a tether. Here's the thing.
Yeah, that's my thing. So how do you
No,
work that out
but
as a
please
as an
let's
and I
not
want to hear from you, brother,
mischaracterize.
my
Yes,
friend.
ma'am.
I do want you to speak. As I said, I spoke to Ron Unbiased is a friend of mine. I asked him, he made sense, but it's still, when I hung up after I talked to him, I was like, well, wait a minute, because I can't even, I gotta have vitriol against my Haitian and Dominican and
No, you don't.
French
No, you
Creole
don't.
family. Okay, talk on that. Talk on that.
And you know, when we have this discussion, it's very important that we don't attempt to mischaracterize the stances of FBA people. Now, for a person to be a descendant of U.S. chattel slaves, even if one of your parents is white, you are still a descendant of U.S. chattel slaves, let alone if you got an African parent or a Caribbean parent. As long as one of your ancestors, it could even be a grandparent. If you have ancestors that were enslaved in the U.S., you are a foundational Black American. Now, when you ask me about a nation within a nation, I think the model that, and once again, I don't speak for all descendants of U.S. chattel slaves, but this is just what I promote. I think the model that we should shoot for or aim for is the Native American reservations model. But of course, not desolate lands. Let me just be clear on that. We have to have viable land, but the model we should shoot for is having our own reservations that are autonomous, and we have our own police forces, our own hospitals, our own schools that are controlled by an equivalent to the U.S. freedmen tribal government. And I'm just using that term as a placeholder. Whatever we choose to name it is what we choose to name it. But we could use the Native American reservation model as a template to build on. That's the
You know what you
direction.
made?
Yes, ma'am.
No, you made me think of something, and I appreciate you being very informed and I know there's this stigma or this kind of like thing put out there like the FBA are not intelligent. Again, I keep referencing Unbiased. I don't know if you know, watch his channel, but he's very intelligent. You seem also intelligent. Not seem, you are. I can tell you're an intelligent person. So I appreciate you having this intelligent conversation because some who are out there representing, they are not doing that, especially from Maryland. They rough. And they be getting up here like, I don't care, F you immigrants and all. So thank you. Now, with that said, I was thinking about something while you're speaking. And in the 50s, I'm going to say and earlier than the 50s, when we're talking about immigrants to America, when we're talking about hear me out, everybody, descendants of Africans who were not who are not or were not foundationally Black, when they arrived here, I'm going to talk about my grandfather's family, my father's family, my paternal grandfather and my paternal grandmother. They didn't come over and say, you know, we're Dominican and you know, we're Haitian, we're French Creole. It was like, how do I say it? It was almost like what you're saying right now. It was like, come in and don't come in saying you're anything besides Black. Because if you come in saying anything, you're not going to be at the table. It was like, you're either Black or white. And if you come in with that, oh, I'm Caribbean, oh, I'm this, you're going to be ostracized. And I will tell you, I know this for a fact in my family because it was spoken within our homes that we knew that we were, I'm talking about my dad's side, we knew we were Afro-Latina, Afro-Latino. We knew we were an Afro-Latino family, right? We knew that we were French Creole family. But my grandfather was in politics. He served in the House of Representatives even sometimes as the whip. He was a congressman. And he was all of that, what I said, but he was a Black man and he did not come out in public and talk anything about his immigrant heritage. I'm listening to you and I'm getting it now. Something happened, and I'm going to hand the mic back over to this brother, if you don't mind, Genesis, because I want to hear from him. Something happened along the way where it was no longer, I'm Black first. It was, oh, you're Black, but you're not really Black, right? You're Dominican. Oh, okay, we're going to put you up over the Blacks. But back then it was like in the 50s, I'm saying especially because I know about the 50s and 60s when my grandfather served. He marched with Martin Luther King. He fought for Black, the civil rights movement. It was Black, Black, Black. It wasn't, oh, I'm a Dominican and Haitian Black man. Well, he wasn't Haitian, my grandmother. My grandma's French Creole. And then my grandfather was just pure Dominican, right? Dominican from the Dominican Republic. So what I'm saying is nobody was coming in bragging or trying to differentiate themselves from being Black. It was like, keep that hush hush. And now I'm coming full circle. Forgive me if I drew this out, but I want you to hear what I'm saying. With you, now when I hear, it's kind of like the idea of we're going to be a nation within a nation. Don't come in here and tell us about, oh, my Black Dominican heritage and my Jamaican heritage or my African heritage. Come in here and be Black or get out. Are you getting what I'm saying? I can see there's a change.
Let me say this.
Like, no, get out. It ain't no big Black or get out. They just straight up get out.
And once again, this is why I say it's important that we don't attempt to mischaracterize the FBA stance. What I'm saying is, if you're Dominican, be proud to be Dominican. Don't cosplay as FBA. Don't attempt to speak for FBAs. You're not one of us. But as far as the nation within a nation, it's similar to, and this is why I keep mentioning the Native American reservation model. Now, if you are Cherokee and you're a member of the Cherokee Nation, then you have the right to live on the Cherokee reservation. But if you are, let's say, Choctaw, and you're a member of the Choctaw tribe, you don't have a right to live on the Cherokee reservation. Now, apply that same logic to Africans, Caribbeans, etc., etc., etc. We, as descendants of U.S. chattel slaves, we are fighting for reparations, which will include land reservations, not just money, but land reservations, so we can preserve our own communities. So it's not about being xenophobic or hateful, but the point is we are fighting to preserve our own communities. You all have your own countries that you can go back to any day of the week. You can strive to fix those up, literally. And as far as what you said
Father,
about,
wait. I have to cut you off. I'm sorry. I know I don't mean cut you off, but I want to jump in here and go back to what about my grandfather who fought for the rights of all blacks in
That's what I'm
America.
saying. I wanted to address that part.
So if he fights for foundational Black Americans, then he doesn't get to benefit and reap the benefits of fighting for his people who are not foundational Black. They don't get the benefits of that.
Yeah, and I actually wanted to address that.
Right. Okay.
Now,
Sorry. Go
initially,
ahead.
you asked, it's all right, and I appreciate the dialogue. You asked me about the immigrants that came in the 50s versus the immigrants that came after the 60s, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The difference, in my estimation, is that during the 50s, if you were a Black immigrant and you came to the U.S., this was during segregation. So you were forced to live amongst FBAs. You were essentially forced to assimilate with FBAs. But the immigrants, pardon me, the Black immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean that came after desegregation, they were not forced to live amongst FBAs. They were able to live in Caucasian neighborhoods. They could live amongst Asians, Hispanics, etc. So they are more likely to embrace their own ethnic distinction in comparison to an FBA. Now, as far as your grandfather, I would never say that if he fought for FBAs to have anything that we have, he has to leave the United States. No, I would never say that. That's a disrespectful statement. What I am saying is if FBAs receive reparations in the form of land allotments and land reservations, if he's not married to an FBA, then no, with all due respect, I would not suggest that he be able to live on the FBA reservation or land allotment. No, but since he's your grandfather, didn't you say that you part Louisiana Creole, so his wife was FBA?
Well, they still have roots in Haiti, though. My grandmother. So that's where when I say the Louisiana. But you know what? Honestly, I keep saying I don't agree with it fully because of division, but I see it makes sense when we're talking about reparations.
Yes.
They should get reparations from the island of Hispaniola. They should go back to where they're from for reparations. That's
Exactly.
true. But we're not getting reparations, right? We're not even getting it.
Well, why do you believe that?
I mean, at this point, we haven't received it. I'm not saying we never will get it. I'm saying we haven't received it yet.
Yes, and once again, in my estimation, and I could be wrong, we have not received it because we have not fought hard enough for it. Really, a lot of us have accepted they'll never give us this, they'll never give us that. The white man ain't going to ever. That's a defeatist inclination. Really, that's a defeated disposition.
No, reparations is on the table in various states in America, including the reparations bill that actually didn't get passed in California. So the reparations, it's not because we don't think that we could do it; it's because we've done it. And then you have people that that went against it. The governor, I think it was Gavin Newsom, went against it. So here's the thing. Because he could have allowed the bill to go through. It was just like the beginning of the bill to try to do something, and it was done by the Urban League or something like that.
No, it was a California Black Caucus, actually,
The Black Caucus, right? Okay, the California Black Caucus.
and they vetoed their own bill. Literally, the California Black. Anyone listening, just look it up. The California Black Caucus vetoed their own reparations bill because they are Democrats and they didn't want Gavin Newsom to get the negative stigma in the media of having to veto it. So they vetoed it themselves. Literally. That's the point I'm making when I say that we have not fought hard enough for it. You have members within our own community, within our own ethnicity, that are anti-reparations, or at least take actions to sabotage attempts to pass legislation for reparations. Even in Maryland, and I say this in closing, the governor of Maryland is Wes Moore. He's half Caribbean and he's half FBA, and he himself vetoed the reparations legislation in the state of Maryland that passed through the House and the Senate of Maryland.
So do you
really,
think because he's FBA? I mean, because he has like that half Caribbean side crept into his psyche and said, "Listen, we don't need reparations." or do you believe that from a political standpoint, he's being a politician?
And I can speculate as to what motivated him. I think that he himself has aspirations to not only get reelected as governor in the state of Maryland. I also think that eventually he may want to run for president as a Democrat, and he doesn't want the stigma of passing reparations legislation in Maryland to hurt his chances.
It's not really about being a Caribbean. It's about like that politicians playing politics. But here's another question.
Well, sis, please allow me to respond to what you're saying.
Someone says, what is cosplaying FBA?
Well, let me address what you just said before I address that part. With all due respect. Now, you brought up.
Sorry,
Yes.
I'm unmuted. I didn't mean to do.
Yes, and with all due respect, DJ Genesis, you're being very disrespectful, but it's all right. Now, I didn't say it had anything to do with him being Caribbean, just to be clear. Now, when we say what does it mean to cosplay as FBA, this is when you have politicians, and not even just politicians, you have people within society, within the media, that withhold the ethnic black background, and when conversations about Black America come up, they say we, but they never acknowledge that no, I'm actually Jamaican, I'm actually Panamanian, I'm actually Ethiopian, I'm actually Brazilian. They say we in a conversation about Black Americans. That's what it means to cosplay as a Black American.
Right. Can I say something about that real quickly? Just honestly, I am 100% Black American, but I'm not gonna lie. I think we should work. We got to work this out. I do know in my family, on my dad's side, and more, my mom is actually my grandmother on my mom's side. My maternal grandmother is Native American, and then her dad was actually this child of a slave on my mom's side. So she was a Native American woman who married a man who was actually a child who was born in the 1800s. So I got a lot of old people in my family. So what I want to say on my dad's side, though, I'm going to tell y'all the truth. There are times when we'll be like, when it comes down, I'm not talking about my grandfather, I'm talking about the rest of my family. Well, we'll be like, we're not Black. Not me. I don't say it, but I will be honest. What he's saying is like, I don't know how I say this. They always get at me. People talking about Nepal. I'm a Black person, but there's a side of where you do certain things and you look and you go, that we don't do that, or oh, they think they're like better than Black Americans. I mean, am I wrong to say that? I mean, it's like, so I could see where people are, where we have division, but still separating ourselves isn't the answer for me. There's something else we have to do. But I do know, especially the Creole and the Dominican side, they'll be like, ooh, I'm not Black. I don't act like them, or ooh, I don't like the way they are. I just wanted to add that. So he's not really off base. They're not imagining it, but that doesn't mean I don't think we need to just separate. That's all. I just want to add that.
Mosey 777. Welcome to the panel.
Moses. Yeah. So I'm just saying this. They have a good argument. Their argument is legitimate. That's what I mean. I shouldn't even say legitimate. I understand their argument, but I don't like when so-called foundational Black Americans look down on me, like within my own family. On my mom's side, they will say to us, oh, they say my government name, but they'll be like, oh, Nepal, her and her brothers and sisters, they're not really Black like us. So it's kind of both sides, really. I mean, there's my Gemini coming out. I just thought about that too, because if we'll go to something with my mom's family, they'll be like, oh, you're not really Black like us, though. So, what are you over here trying to do double Dutch, or what are you over here trying to act like when I would braid hair around my mom's family, the foundational Black, they would be like, oh, you braid like Little House in the Prairie, and they would make fun of us. So it's both sides, really, when I think
And
about
Nepal,
it.
can I ask you this? You have ancestors that were indeed enslaved in the U.S., right?
Yeah, my mom's dad, his family.
Exactly. Now watch this. I'm a mulatto too. I'm mixed race. Just because me and you are both descendants of U.S. chattel slaves, that
Yeah.
doesn't make us black. There are black people, and that's why I make a distinction. Yes, I'm a mulatto American. This is true, and I don't get mad when black people, actual blacks, tell me that I'm not black, because they are not wrong for being able to make a distinction between themselves and us. But collectively, whether you are a mulatto American or a black American, we are both descendants of U.S. chattel slaves, and there's some commonality in certain things that we are fighting for, and the multi-generational debt that was stolen away from our families. So I don't want to get lost in between who's black, who's not. No, I'm not black, but I am a descendant of U.S. chattel slaves. So this is an issue that we need all hands on deck for.
You need to I need to get your information, because that's a different conversation. Who can identify as black? So if you could just drop your stuff in the private chat, I want to bring you on to my channel. And yeah, that's crazy, because I see what you're saying, but where did they get off telling us who we are when, oh, we happen to be, so-called mixed? How do we know just because they don't phenotypically look it? Like on my mom's side, when I said that about my mom's side, they're like Native American and black and white. So how are you gonna, you know what I mean? It's just a crazy conversation. But okay, thanks for adding that. Please leave your information so I can link you to Sonnetter, and we could bring you and we could bring you in to have more of this conversation. Peace, Moses.
For sure.
Hey Moses, go ahead and speak. Well, hey AT2, welcome to the chat. Moses, you there?
Okay, he dropped off. Oh, there he is. There he is. I'm gonna put my email in the chat. So if I don't get your email, I forgot the brother's name, but he was really informative. I'm gonna put my email in the chat, so you email me and we'll get in touch with you to bring you on for more of this conversation. Sorry, Moses, we didn't hear you though. Peace, Moses 777.
Honey, you're on mute, Moses. AT2, you can come up. I would love for you to come up and give your opinion on this. But Moses, you're still on mute, honey. You're still on mute. Still on mute. Still on mute. Still on mute. You're on mute. Can you hear?
I don't know.
You're on mute. You might have to drop down and come back up, Moses, because we can't hear you. We want to hear what you got to say. So
right, that's interesting.
So like about that. That was So Pan Mulattoism is a regular here, and he constantly, that's been his.
What's his name?
Pan Mulattoism.
Okay, so he comes up and talks about this. Okay, you have a lot of FBA in your audience.
A lot, yeah, and so and I'm happy for it. I want to understand. I really, even though I have my opinion that's like pretty much like we need to all come together. I don't believe in separating. I believe that we don't need to be separate like this. I think it's wrong. And when you have a person like this that comes up and says something like, okay, that this person's a tether, and then you have an FBA up here laughing and giggling about it, that's where I have a problem with it. Okay.
Right. No, yeah, that's because we for me, I like that what you said, because it's like family. Like, I'll talk about my brothers and sisters, but don't let a stranger come in and do it. It's like, what?
Right, that's my cousin. You know what I'm saying? And that's what Pan-Africanism was about. This is your cousin. So we need to care about our cousins all across the board. That's what Pan-Africanism was really saying. Moses, let me hear you.
Hello, now can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. I just wanted to say first, thanks for letting me onto the platform. Also, I wanted to say, ancestors protection and safety be around everybody for this upcoming new year. And unfortunately, the brother that was representing FBA, he done dropped off, man. I only came on because I had questions for him. So I can go silent until another FBA comes up, because that's who I really wanted to talk to, man. I wanted to ask them questions about foundational Black Americans and how they claim that it's a lineage. I really want to ask them the question about that so-called lineage.
Well, can you speak to what you feel like about, okay, why don't you feel like, do you feel like it's a lineage, or do you feel like it's not a lineage? What do you think?
Yeah, I do feel like it's a lineage, but y'all know the difference between house niggas and field niggas.
Yes.
That's what I think FBA is. I think FBA's lineage is based on house niggas. They seem to be okay. Let me quantify what I just said. All right, so to me, the foundational Black Americans, when they claim that it's a lineage, from my understanding as a Pan-African, the lineage began with the rape of our mothers or our grandmothers, great grandmothers, just basically the rape of our African women. And through the rape of our African women came forth, those of us that have, mixed bloodline. We have the bloodline of the slave master, and we have the bloodline of our African ancestors. So now it's like, who are you going to be in solidarity with? Are you going to be in solidarity with your African family, or are you going to be in solidarity with the white masses family? And that's who FBA's lineage is to me. They're basically taking the side of the massa over their African family. And I'm like, why? I don't understand why any Black person would want to take pride in a lineage that's based on rape. So that's my take on FBA, man.
I mean, that's a good point. What are your thoughts?
I think that, but from what I say, I would think they're the flip. I'm listening to you, Moses, but they're usually like not the brother who is on here. The ones who are more informed aren't so based on phenotype, but most of them that I've encountered, not unbiased, not the brother on here, but most of them, they'll be looking at if you're light skinned, and you know what I mean? So I don't know. I would think they're the in their minds, they're the field. Because they say that people, I'm asking Moses, don't they say, oh, well, you Dominicans, or you Caribbeans, you come in here and you get treated better than we do because you're not Black American foundationally. So wouldn't that be the flip, right? Or no?
To tell you the truth, Nepal, man, I really don't know FBA like that. All I see is what Tariq Nasheed is doing. When I see his platform show up, he's got these these thumbnails showing our African brothers and sisters in a negative light. Those thumbnails look like thumbnails that a Ku Klux Klan member would make about Africans. He's like showing like ashy ankles or big foreheads and big lips. It's something like that Ku Klux Klan members would do. And then I see a lot of people following him with that negative behavior. So that's all I know about FBAs. FBAs come off like the children of the massa. That's the energy that I'm getting from these people. And I feel like, they are a detriment to the resurrection of Africans, or the resurrection of Africa's position on this earth. We're us as Pan-Africans, our responsibility is to try to help Mother Africa's position on earth, get back to what it used to be. I feel like the planet is in the condition that it's in because our mother is no longer, the shepherd over this planet. And I want to land right there.
No, that makes a good. See, I never looked at his channel, but I did hear Genesis. I think she said that he talks about eating. Yeah, I could see where you'd see that's where it's.
I'm showing his channel right now, and you can see where, it looks like he's picking out people's foreheads and.
Oh, well, I got the biggest forehead ever, and let me tell you something.
That means you're Somalian, or you can't.
Oh yeah, Actually, I do. My mom did her DNA, and we had some Ethiopian heritage, and so I think that's where the big forehead came from.
He was a tether.
Yeah, and then let's not forget that Tariq is the one that was responsible for calling Tommy Sotomayor crispy. So that right there tells you that this man has no respect for children of the sun. Whenever I see a brother or sister that complexion, I actually feel jealous. I'm like, Dad, your ancestors actually maintain the bloodline law of our African ancestors. That's the reason why you still look like one of the children of the sun. I don't look like that anymore because I had disobedient ancestors, or basically ancestors acting like or taking the side of the house Negro. I do know that there was rape that took place, but it's like I have ancestors that just continue down that road like a lot of these FBAs. And this is the other thing that worries me about Tariq. You cannot, because as she's scrolling through his channel, you'll see that he will have smoke for white supremacists, right? You will see him calling himself going in on white supremacists. But I don't feel that you could be a descendant of African slaves complaining about white supremacy while you are comfortable inside the house. That makes you look like a double agent. You see what I'm saying? It's like, well, who do you really stand for? You can't be talking about white supremacy while you are inside the house of white supremacists. I feel like the only people that can talk like that against white supremacists are people that are on the continent, putting them in check about what it is that they have done. These white supremacists are standing on stolen land, claiming to be Christians when their very Bible says that thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's manservant and manservant. But that's what these white nationalist Christians are doing. They stole land. They robbing resources, and they're claiming this territory is theirs. So it's like, y'all, we're dealing with a hypocritical leadership. So that's what worries me about Tariq. And I'm like, yo, bro, it's like, I do know that we are not perfect as a people. We can say that there's problems on the continent of Africa, but bro, we are standing on stolen land, supporting people that stole the land. It's like we're accomplices to a crime, and he's like expecting no karma to come up on people, that are championing the fact that we stole this land and we're claiming it as ours, and we're using our power upon all of these other nations that are beneath us to extract resources and to stay a superpower on earth. I don't understand why he would align with that. It seems like he would align more with his African family than he would align with this white supremacist construct. And I'll land right there.
Well, thank you. And I do want to say this though, and I appreciate hearing from you. We need more people to speak. I have not looked at Tariq's channel. I'm not refuting what the brother just said. I just want to take the position where I wish we could get other people to speak on that side of, to answer to what you just said about his position. So yeah, this is definitely a conversation that is going on, and it's strange that we need to talk more about this on the HOK. It's just like, I don't know. I think Son Leonard he's been there, done that maybe, right? He's already been down this road with the FBA. But yeah, I don't look at Tariq's channel. This is the first I've ever heard about what he does, and I'm not, I do want to say shout out to Tariq though, because he seems to be, how do I say it, trying to do what he needs to do, whether we like it or not. I don't think he's a scam artist. I don't think he's a self-hater. I think he's like the brother who was just up here, just kind of fed up. And then I don't appreciate making fun of culture and tradition, but you know how we do. We think everything is funny, don't we? We think we like to laugh, and that was a way for us to get through slavery. But Moses, I stand with you in Genesis where I say, yeah, we shouldn't separate ourselves from our own people. We really shouldn't do that. And when I say our own people, I'm talking about Africa. I'm talking about descendants of the slave trade more than just, yes, the people on the continent are our people, but I'm talking about descendants of the slave trade. So I don't know.
Down for like a few minutes. I got to just do a quick run real quick and I'll be right back.
Oh, you know what? I gotta go because I have my show at 6.
Hey, Nepal, I got a question for you real quick though before you roll out.
Can you like for 10 minutes just?
Well, I have the show in 10 minutes.
It's 6:48. Okay.
Hey, Nepal, let me ask you this quick question though.
Go ahead.
From your opinion, because I know FBA.
Wait, excuse me, Moses. Genesis, I'll stay here for another 3 minutes. Is that okay?
No, I need like about 10 minutes, but it's okay. Go ahead.
Moses can hold it down.
Okay, yeah, because I see the brother came back. Maybe me and him can do a dialogue.
So what's the question you want to ask? Thank you for having me up here, Genesis. But what's the question? And then I can get going to the other show. Yara is going to be going in about the Levitical priesthood being Haitian. Just letting you know, Moses, if you're interested. But not trying to bring anybody away from your channel, Genesis. This is an awesome build. Go ahead. I think we lost Moses.
No, I'm right here.
Okay, Genesis, go ahead, ask the question, and then you can address the brother, and then you can hold the panel down.
Okay, so FBA, one thing they're always talking about is reparations, right? Who do you think has more power to make America give descendants of slaves reparations? Do you think that African leaders on the continent of Africa that have control over resources that America needs have more power, or somebody like Tariq that don't own nothing has the power to make reparations happen? Which one of them you think got the most power?
For me, I'd say, oh wow, I want to say the African leaders, but to me, they both are in the same boat. Because an American voice moves more than any other voice. Get it? Like if Americans get together and it's a movement that's strong and big enough, I think they can make that anything happen over any foreign leader. That's my position, though. But I hear, but they do have power, lots of power. I'm talking about the African leaders. They do. I think they both. I'm gonna say they're both equal. To be honest, what do you say? You say the African leader?
Yeah, I definitely say African leaders, but I do agree with you also. When you say our voice, I say that African leaders that control the resources that America needs, along with the voice of descendants of African slaves, I believe you need the two of them in order to get reparations. You can't have one without the other, and that's right. And I feel like FBA, that's their whole purpose, is to. Or I really feel like that's Tariq's purpose, is to maintain this division in the African diaspora so that the two don't ever come together. We need these two together in order to get reparations. Neither one is going to get reparations on just, by themselves. An African leader can say it, which there was the president of Ghana that did make a speech in regards to America owing descendants of slaves reparations, but nothing ever came of that. And then you got us over here talk about pay us reparations, nothing ever comes of it. But if you get African leaders, like let's use Congo for example, because America stay up in Congo, getting them resources. What if the African leader of Congo is like, you know what, we're not releasing any more of these resources so y'all can continue to build y'all laptops and y'all cell phones until y'all give descendants of slaves their reparations. I honestly think at that particular point, that's when America will be like, Dad, we gonna have these reparations.
Well, respectfully, the U.S. may invade Congo.
I want to say peace to everybody, brother. Get your information. Moses, don't be a stranger over on the HOK. And I'm gonna listen to the rest of this on the playback. Peace, everybody. Peace, Genesis.
Peace. Be safe,
all right, peace.
And peace, brother. I missed the question that you said you had for me.
Yeah, before I ask you a question, fam, I just want to make sure Genesis didn't have anything to say since she's back. Genesis.
Listen, I didn't have anything to say.
Okay. All right, so fam, I didn't catch your name. What do you go by on social media?
Yes, Pan Mulattoism, or Mulatto for short.
Pan Mulattoism. That's a name I probably should have used. All right, but at any rate, fam. All right, so the question I got like 4 questions, right? So the first question is, yes. FBA is a lineage, correct?
For sure, yes.
All right. So according to you, how did that lineage begin?
Yes, the inception of descendants of U.S. chattel slaves is exactly that. We were created through slavery and colonization,
All right. Okay.
particularly in the U.S.
All right. And so you would agree that during the time of chattel slavery, that there were African mothers that were being raped, right?
Definitely.
So rape is a part of the lineage, wouldn't you say?
Clearly.
So why claim FBA as a lineage and not? Because before FBA came out, there was descendants of African slaves. That was the original movement. And then somehow that movement got overshadowed by Yvette Carnell and Tone with the ADOS, which was the African descendants of slaves. And now it's like FBA is, before I say that about FBA, both descendants of African slaves and then even African descendants of slaves, at least both of them were still acknowledging, that this lineage is based on descendants of African slaves. But then it's like FBA
Well,
showed up.
let me respond to you, brother. Let me
Okay,
respond
go
to
ahead.
you.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, actually, you're referring to Dr. Norris Shelton's movement, which was descendants of American slaves. But I'll still answer your question, even though you worded it incorrectly.
Okay.
When we use the term descendants of African slaves, that term is not precise enough because a descendant of African slaves can be a Jamaican, a Haitian, a Trinidadian, a Brazilian, etc. When we say foundational Black American, and actually that's not even the term that I use, I say descendants of United States chattel slaves. It's a specific ethnicity, it's a term that is unconfusable.
Okay, I understand that. I understand that. All right, this is my second question. So, if FBA is awarded reparations, what will that money be used for?
Yes, and I can tell you what I advocate for it to be used for, but realistically, I cannot tell you what every individual descendant of U.S. chattel slaves will do with their money. But if you want me to attempt to, I can. Do you want me to attempt to?
Yeah, please do, please, bro.
Yes, what I advocate for, and I spoke about it before the sister left, I advocate for descendants of U.S. chattel slaves to not only receive monetary reparations, that we can buy real estate with and start businesses with, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I also advocate for descendants of U.S. chattel slaves to be allocated land allotments and land reservations comparable to the Native American reservations model. Now, of course, I'm just using that as a template, pardon me, a template to build on because I know that the Native American reservation model has problems within itself, particularly the locations of their reservations and how it's located on desolate lands, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that is what I advocate for.
Okay, all right. So, since that's what you advocate for, right? I think what I'm understanding you saying is if reparations was to be paid out, that you would basically circulate that money inside of the United States
No,
only.
not at all. Actually, even right now, we have not been granted reparations. Even right now, I own real estate in various different countries right now. I can name a few of them. I'm not trying to stunt on you, but I own real estate in Dominican Republic. I own real estate in Colombia. I own real estate in Panama. I'm in Puerto Rico talking to you right now. I was just in the Philippines looking at real estate. So no, I'm not just saying that we need to circulate our money only within the United States. No, the world is big, man.
Okay. So I understand, you have real estate in like various locations, right? But I'm thinking along the lines of like how Asians are here in America, like how East Indians are here in America, like Russians are here in America, as well as, cousins from like South America. To me, I feel like all of these different races have a really strong voice here in America because they are attached to the land of their ancestors. And so the reason why I was asking you about what would you do, with those reparations if they were awarded to you, is because if I was awarded reparations, I would make an attempt to build an African American colony in the country of Ethiopia, because Ethiopia does share the same kind of Christian history that Black people have in America. So I don't think that there would be any real cultural clash for building an African American colony. And I feel like an African American colony would have to be built in Africa, because then that sets us up the same way that Asians are set up, the same way East Indians, the same way South Americans, even the Mexicans, people, foreigners that come over here, they are attached to the land of their ancestors, but we're not really attached to anything. And I think, go ahead.
Well, two things, and I'll try to make it brief as possible. Number one, America, whether you like it or not, this is one of the lands of our ancestors. When we take a DNA test, we have not only African and European ancestry, especially me, I have Native American ancestry. The United States is one of the lands of our ancestors. As far as the African piece, I'm descended. One of the tribes that I'm descended from in Africa is the Tikar tribe of Cameroon, and I went to Cameroon to see my actual tribe. The only reason I don't own real estate in Africa right now, particularly in Cameroon, is because they don't have dual citizenship laws, and I'm trying to work the kinks out to that. But I do not only respect, but I understand when you speak about building African American, and I'll use that term because you use that term, building African American communities in Ethiopia. Matter of fact, I'll even take a step further and say it's already many African Americans that already live in Ethiopia. It's already many African Americans that live in Ghana, South Africa, Kenya, Cape Verde, etc. So what you're speaking about already exists. I do understand when you say that you want to see more Black Americans in Africa, if not permanently, I at least say bi-continental. I can understand that definitely. But what I'm not understanding, respectfully, brother, what is your contention with the FBA movement, though, brother?
So like I was saying to Nepal and Sister Genesis, is that Tariq's voice appears to be like the loudest voice, and his voice is a divisive voice. And earlier we were scrolling through his page and looking at some of the icons that he had that represent brothers and sisters from the continent of Africa. At this point in time, the African diaspora does not need a divisive voice that is that loud. You know what I'm saying? Ultimately, I feel like, going back to what you said in regards to African Americans, being on the continent of Africa, I don't agree with the way that they are going back to Africa. They are going back to Africa as individuals, and they're trying to assimilate into societies that are foreign to them. And a lot of times they get disenfranchised and they end up coming right back here to America, coming right back into this nonsense. I feel the correct way to go over to Africa is as a mass exodus, as a big group of Africans, and establishing our own African American colony on the continent of Africa, becoming a new tribe, because we are different people after being here in America, and it would be a lot easier for us to function on the continent of Africa if we have our own colony on the continent of Africa. Then we can operate from a standpoint of strength like the Asians do. And right now we're doing it backwards, bro. We're using America as our base and then going over to Africa and trying to assimilate into something, and we're doing that the wrong way. It's supposed to be the other way around. We should have a home base on the continent of Africa, come over here and do business in America, but the money that we make here in America is ultimately for the benefit of building, dare I say, a real Wakanda on the continent of Africa. That way we won't be stuck here, because we've been stuck here for generations, fighting white supremacy to get into the positions that you found. It sounds like you did, find a way through the maze, and that's the reason why you've been blessed to have real estate in the areas that you have. But there's so many of us that, are unable to get over these hurdles or through this maze. And I just feel like it would be a lot easier for us if we had a home base on the continent of Africa and then stretched out from there. You feel me? You feel me on that?
I hear exactly what you're saying. I actually agree that when Black Americans go to Africa, instead of attempting to assimilate to these different African tribes, we should go as Black Americans. The part I disagree with you on, respectfully, of course, is that if you use Ghana as an example, or even South Africa, which you mentioned as an example, I would say most Black Americans in Ghana and in South Africa, especially in East Africa, where we have no ancestry or very little ancestry. When you meet Black Americans there, they are not attempting to assimilate into any of these African tribes. They are going there as Black Americans. Matter of fact, you even have the African American Association of Ghana. So I have to push back on that small regard. I don't want to get lost on that tangent because overall, when you speak about Black Americans moving to Africa, I agree with you. I'm just saying that we don't need to only move to Africa. In my estimation, Black Americans need to move to and buy real estate in and start businesses in every nation that immigrants come to the U.S. from. Now, I have to ask you this with all due respect. Why do you say that the U.S. is not our home base when our ethnicity was literally created in the U.S.? Or in other words, we as an ethnicity, we do not predate the colonization of America. Why do you believe that the U.S. is not our home base?
Because of the numbers. When it comes down to the numbers, Europeans outnumber us significantly. I think that our race only represents 13% of this nation's population. And those numbers, because those numbers are so small, that's the reason why we're finding difficulty catching up to the catching up to them, the oppression that we've.
No. That's a very good point. But hear me out, brother. Don't
Okay.
you realize that we are even more outnumbered in Africa? When you go to, have you been to Africa before?
Yeah, man. I've been around the world.
Come
And
on. So when you go to Africa, they don't see you as African, brother. They know that you're American. They look at us as a separate ethnic group. Matter of fact, a lot of them even call us Umzungu, right? Let's talk about it. They know that we are not the same as them ethnically. Matter of fact, even me and you, I seen you, brother. You camped up. They know that we and you are not the same as them racially, brother. So you also have to acknowledge that we are also a minority in Africa. It's unavoidable, really.
right. I mean, but that's why I said earlier that I don't agree with the way that descendants of African slaves have been returning to the continent of Africa, attempting to assimilate into societies that have been established for thousands of years, right? I think that we should do it in a mass exodus type of way, establish our own colony, because I do know that a lot of them don't see us as a part of the family anymore because we've been over here in America for so long. However, we cannot let that stop us from reuniting with the place our bloodline originated from.
Well, that's one of the places, and I agree with you on that. But I'm just speaking about demographics right now. When we go to Africa, we are a minority. Now, I can name one example, and you may even be able to beat me to the punch and know what I'm about to say. I can name you an example of a time we tried to establish a colony, and look what happened, brother. Look what happened in Liberia. So I'm not trying to use any scared tactics. If you are able to establish a Black American colony in Africa where we are the majority, I salute you and I will support you in that endeavor. But you also have to be realistic and understand that the majority of Black Americans have no desire to move to Africa. Now, if you would have said this same exact initiative in the Caribbean, particularly one of these small Caribbean islands, or even the U.S. Virgin Islands, where their population is less than 100,000, which we could easily outnumber them, then I would say that's more realistic. But I would never tell you not to try because I'm not a hater. If your goal is to build a Black American colony in Africa where we are the majority, I support you in that endeavor. But I also had to be realistic and let you know more Black Americans rather move to the Caribbean or Latin America, bro. We see it every day. So, I mean,
Yeah,
that's why.
I'll address, I'm gonna address that. But I do want to go back to the point that you made about Liberia. Okay, so my viewpoint on the Liberia situation is that was an attempt to derail what Marcus Garvey wanted to do. Marcus Garvey, the reason why Marcus Garvey was focused on Ethiopia is because he knows Africa's history. When it comes down, to like the first civilization, being created on Earth, you will find that territory that we call Ethiopia today, that is the very first civilization that our ancestors established, and it was our mothers that was ruling over Naphtha Playa. And then later on comes Kemet. But ultimately, when you talk about empires that lasted the longest, our ancestors had the longest lasting civilization on this planet, starting from that territory that we call Ethiopia all the way up to the territory that we call Egypt. So Marcus Garvey was focused on that territory because he understood that is where our bloodline was planted. Now, when it comes down to W.E.B. Du Bois or W.E.B. Du Bois, I feel like W.E.B. Du Bois was a house nigga whose purpose was to derail Marcus Garvey's vision from the ancestors and put us in a territory that we didn't have anything in common, so to speak. We had something in common with Ethiopia because okay, so there's this Bible that's older than the King James Bible, which is the Ethiopian Coptic Bible. That in itself says that there is a commonality between the Christians in Ethiopia and the Christians that were here in America. So why would you put Black Christians in America in a territory, which is that Liberia territory that you're talking about, with people that they didn't have any commonalities with? You're putting them right back in the same area as the people that sold them into slavery in the first place.
Well, bro, can I go point for point with you? And I know you want to respond to the Caribbean part.
Go ahead.
And I didn't forget that because I know you want to respond to the Caribbean part. So don't forget your response to that. But as far as Marcus Garvey versus W.E.B. Du Bois, at least W.E.B. Du Bois went to Africa and died in Africa. Marcus Garvey died in Europe, brother. Marcus Garvey fled a majority Black nation known as Jamaica and came to the United States, which was majority white. I'm going to say that again. Marcus Garvey fled a majority Black nation and came to the U.S., which is majority white, and told the Black Americans that we need to go to Africa, even though he never been to Africa. So with all due respect, we as Black Americans, I'm a mulatto American, of course, we as descendants of U.S. chattel slaves need to stop using Marcus Garvey as a role model. If he was serious about Pan-Africanism, he would have stayed in Jamaica, and if he left Jamaica, he would have went to Africa. Now, as far as the part of the Liberia versus Ethiopian discussion, when descendants of U.S. chattel slaves take a DNA test, many of us actually have Liberian ancestry. Very few of us have Ethiopian ancestry. Now, I'm not arguing one or the other. If you're a Black American and you want to go to Ethiopia, I salute you and encourage you to do that because Ethiopians come to the U.S. and open businesses. So I say, yeah, you as a Black American, go to Ethiopia, be great, do everything that Ethiopians are doing in the U.S. plus more. With all due respect, back to the Caribbean versus African discussion, the reason I see that, as far as what you were just describing, I see it as more attainable within the Caribbean than Africa, is because these Caribbean islands, their populations are much smaller than the populations throughout these African nations. Matter of fact, I think it's only one African nation whose population is less than 1 million. Someone can correct me in the chat, but the only nation in Africa that I can think of whose population is less than 1 million is Cape Verde. And I think you might have Mauritius, but they are majority Indian and Pakistani and stuff like that, Arabian. But when we talk about the Caribbean, you have a number of different nations whose population is less than 1 million, and it wouldn't even take 1% of Black Americans moving there for us to be the majority, and we could be the majority within the government, the majority of police officers, the majority of real estate owners, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So when it comes to building a majority Black American nation, in my estimation, and I could be wrong, it would be more attainable to attempt to do that in the Caribbean than it would be in Africa, respectfully.
All right, fam. So I feel you on those points. There's 3 points that I need to get to because I saw one person in the chat say something about the Ethiopian Bible being Greek, right? Which I don't disagree with that. But people that make that claim keep forgetting that the Greeks were taught by Kemet. The Greeks obtained their knowledge from Kemet. So when they say that the Greeks, gave Christianity to Ethiopia, all they did was give like a regurgitated whitewashed version of what they learned from Kemet. However, the point still stands that there is Christianity that was in Ethiopia. And if you're going to call yourself a Christian here in America, I don't understand why you would want to be a Christian under white supremacy instead of being a Christian over in Ethiopia among people that look like you. So that's the end of that point. The other question I have for you in regards to the Caribbean islands, bro, there's two types of Caribbean islands. One set of islands is referred to as what? The what Virgin Islands?
The U.S. and you had the British.
Right, exactly. So now the other question I have for you is, do you know the difference between a house nigga and a field nigga?
Yes, of course, I've heard this. In real life, I don't know if that distinction is real. Or in other words, you had slaves that were in the house that were also rebellious. They used to put glass in master's food, and then you had compliant slaves in the field. But I'm curious to hear your point, though. I'm listening, brother.
Oh yes. So my understanding of the difference between a house nigga and a field nigga is a house nigga that's comfortable being under anything that the white man or that the master controls, and that's the case even if you build down in either one of them Virgin Islands, whether it's the U.S. Virgin Islands or the British Virgin Islands. Technically, you are still in the master's house. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, yeah, but there are other Caribbean islands other than the Virgin Islands. The reason I brought up the Virgin Islands, just so I'm clear, brother, and when I say this, I'm not trying to be contentious, and I appreciate the dialogue. The reason that I brought up the Virgin Islands is because all Black Americans can go there without a passport, without a visa, and can never be deported. That's the reason I brought them up. But just to be clear, you already know there are more islands throughout the Caribbean other than the Virgin Islands.
To be quite honest, I was unaware of that. When I went through the islands while in the Navy, I was either in the U.S. Virgin Islands or we were in the British Virgin Islands. Even when I got down to Trinidad, as far down as Trinidad is, they like way out there. Even they are under the British authority. So
when you say that, I think you're referring to the Commonwealth. Is that what you're referring to?
The Commonwealth of Trinidad and Tobago, yeah. The money that I saw down there had Queen Elizabeth face on it.
Exactly, but you also have like Barbados, which is independent. They left the Commonwealth, but I'm listening to your point, brother.
All right, so when you saying that Barbados, the currency that they have flowing through Barbados has the face of African leaders on it?
Some of their notes, yes, have Black leaders on it. Yes.
Those Black leaders from where? The islands itself, or from?
Yes, from the islands itself. Yes.
Yeah. See, that's the thing, bro. My thing is, I mean, about Muammar Gaddafi and what his whole vision was for Africa. See, that's what I'm on right there. I really feel like Africa has to be in a position to where she's not dependent on anybody else, where the entire continent is self-sufficient. I have that's the vision that Marcus Garvey had for Africa, and Muammar Gaddafi picked up on that same vision. But another question, man.
Yes, sir.
Why should Pan-Africans and the African diaspora not consider FBA as modern-day Judas Iscariots attempting to stop the resurrection of Africa's original position on this earth?
And to be honest, you're entitled to your own opinion. I'm not here to convince you. But when you speak about this, you have to also acknowledge the continental Africans' complicity in the enslavement of your own ancestors. Are you able to acknowledge that?
Yeah, but my understanding of that is a little different from yours. See, one thing about Africans selling our ancestors into slavery, none of us take into account that those people that were sold into slavery were traitors to Africa. They were criminals. They were being in violation to the heritage, the culture.
Now watch this, brother. Do you realize You just demonize your own ancestors that were sold by Africans, but you won't criticize the actual Africans that really were treasonous by selling your ancestors to the Europeans. Do you realize that?
Hey, so
You're more willing.
listen, I have a question here. I'm sorry to
Oh my
interrupt.
God. All right, sis. Yes, ma'am.
I want to show you guys something because this thing came up, and I want because we're going to talk about treasonous activity, right? So I want to play this. Check this out, y'all.
Despite that, 38% of black children are living in poverty.
Yes.
73% of black mothers are single mothers.
Yes.
40% of government assistant cases are black Americans.
Yes.
Do you think that the Democratic Party is serving black Americans well?
No, I don't. No, I don't. And you have to remember that it was the Republican Party that started. In the beginning, black people was for the Republicans. And what year? I don't remember when it got turned around. But right, yes.
Under Johnson.
Under Johnson.
When he signed
right.
the welfare bill.
The New Deal.
Yes, the New Deal. Yeah. Thank you.
I know my history.
Thank you. I don't
What is your name?
Alberta Frederick. Black people voted Republican. In fact, in fact, they was the ones who, when Lincoln was in office, black people was all in that office until Woodrow Wilson, the Democrat, took him out. The racist that he was, okay, he took him out, left one, and he had to share the party that he was in, share whatever office that he is in with a Democrat white person. Okay, that was Woodrow Wilson who did that. And then the ones that was Democrats and they were black, they were the slave owners, because almost 4,000 blacks were slave owners, and they treated the blacks treated their slaves worse than the white man. And at the same,
all right. So I want to say, because we want to talk about the Africans that enslaved us, but now there is this whole historical fact that black Americans, the people that you would call, let's go into, she actually breaks it down to who were the ones that were enslaving people over here.
Time, not only was the white man 10% of the white population that was slave owners, the one that was pushing up right behind them with the most slaves was the Cherokee Indians. Okay, that's my family. And then the third one.
Right now, she's a black woman. She says she's Cherokee Indian. That's her family. So that's where your FBAs that are saying that you guys are Native Americans. So there were Native American slave owners. They were black slave free. They were called the freedmen.
This was the black Americans that was here. That was the free men, the free slaves, and the free men, the former slaves, and the free men. They was the one who ran the Republican Party. Okay, until Woodrow Wilson. And at the same time, like I said, the vast majority of your black slave owners was the Democrats.
That's right.
Yeah, what the Democrats?
A lot of people don't realize that the KKK was an arm of the Democratic.
They was and then at the same time they became even more popular under LBJ. Right. And then at the same time, because he was a Ku Klux Klan, and I remember because I was 13 years old when I went to that civil rights march. Okay, when Martin Luther King, who was a Republican.
That's right.
Who was a Republican. All right. The thing is that most of your entertainers, black entertainers and stuff like that, they're all voted Republican. And the reason why a lot of the Democrats get into office, because when blacks was able to vote, okay, when they were able to vote, and they knew the Democrats knew that the black people held Republican tickets, they took their tickets out of their hands and put two.
So black Americans are voting.
So I wanted to get your opinion on that stream of consciousness just happened right there. What are your thoughts on that? Blacks own slaves, because a lot of times when you'll talk about, you say, well, what about, how do you feel about the Africans that sold us into slavery? What do you feel about the blacks that own slaves and were some of the most ruthless slave owners? Also, Cherokee Indian is when you want to say that you are from here and you're indigenous, and the indigenous people own slaves and they were black people. What about?
Yes, and watch how brief my response is. Actually, if you would have been listening, I already said we as descendants of U.S. chattel slaves, we have no allies. The European is not our ally. The African is not our ally. The Native Americans are not our allies. Now, when I hear claims that black Americans own slaves, I have never met not one Black American whose family was enslaved by Black American slave masters. My family wasn't. I'm gonna ask you, brother, was your family enslaved by Black American slave owners?
No, my the ancestors.
Exactly.
Well, they were under the slavery to the Cherokee because I do have
Exactly. Native Americans, right?
right Native
And this is
American.
my point. When people speak about, they're not speaking up. When people speak about Black American slave owners, this is a disinformation tactic. This is a deflection tactic away from Black Americans that are fighting for reparations to our ethnicity. None of us, not one of us, are able to name any Black Americans whose family was owned by Black Americans. Really. What we do know, you had some Black Americans that paid for their Black American family members' freedom, but none of us have ancestors that were owned by Black Americans. DJ Genesis, was your family owned by Black Americans?
I don't know who they were owned by. I just know that they were slaves at some point.
Exactly.
But
So you exactly. So
I don't know. But I will
that's my
say
point.
when you're saying Cherokee, right? That
Exactly.
FBAs will say that we were indigenous here, and so we were the Native
Uh-huh.
Americans, we were the Cherokee, we were the Black, all these things, and then that they got supplanted by the Dollar Tree, or what was it, the
$5, the
$25.
$5
Right.
Indians.
So here's the thing. Now, so are you saying that those Black Cherokees that were owning slaves were not the same ethnicity group as a
No,
FBA?
well,
Or
I'll actually tell you what I'm saying. Just like we have European ancestry, that doesn't make Europeans our allies, right? So just because we have Native American ancestry, that doesn't make Native Americans our allies. That's the confusion that a lot of us have. Just because we acknowledge our ancestry doesn't mean that we're saying that people of those ethnicities are our allies. The African is not our ally. The African is the ally of the European that they sold our ancestors to, respectfully.
so are the Native Americans not our allies as well? The
No,
Black.
they're not. I said that more than once. Native Americans are
No,
not
no,
our allies.
there's two. Okay, because there's two different types of Native Americans. You have the Asian, and you have the Black. Okay, so are you saying that the Black Native American are not FBA allies?
When did I say that? I actually said that none of our families was owned by Black Americans, including Black Native Americans. And I'll ask everyone on the panel again: was your family enslaved by Black Native Americans? No, right?
How do you know? I mean, is there any documentation that could like prove?
Exactly. So we have no evidence that our families were enslaved by Black Native Americans. But we do have evidence that our families were enslaved by Europeans. We do have family that pardon me, we do have history that our families were enslaved by the Mongoloid Native Americans. These are not our allies, is the point.
So are you saying that there was no Black slave owners?
I'm saying no Black American that I ever met has family that was enslaved by Black Americans. I said that more than once. Do you know anybody that was Black American whose family was enslaved by Black Americans? Really? I'm
I
asking
don't, I don't,
genuinely.
I don't think anybody really knows unless they. I mean,
Exactly.
who knows, right?
So if we
But
don't have any evidence on it, we cannot operate as if it is true.
okay, but no, but here's the thing: there were Black slave owners in America, though. So
How can
even
we verify this
though
if
we
we don't
can't,
know any?
even though here we go. Let's go here.
Till the end of the Civil War, there have been many misconceptions about slavery in general. Most Americans are not aware that there were some black former slaves and freemen who also owned black slaves, and some became very prominent in politics as well, despite the racial prejudice that existed. Some black slave owners inherited their slaves from their masters, who were themselves freed in their wills. Others were either born free or emancipated by their masters and then bought their own slaves, while others were able to buy their own freedom and that of their families. Who were these black slave owners, and how did they attain such a status in a white-dominated society? What set them apart from other blacks, and what made them comparable to whites in some of the colonies and later states? What changed in colonial society, altering the status of indentured servants to lifetime slaves, and why? Who was Anthony Johnson?
Hello, I'm Colin Heaton, former soldier, Marine Corps scout,
Oh, the white man said it.
professor,
Oh, I get
historian,
it.
and book author. And we will answer these questions and other issues.
Oh, you're saying, because the white man said it's not true?
No, I'm
Or
asking, is it because the white man said it? Do you believe it's true?
no, I'm saying is that here they have documentation of what he's talking about. So
No, but what I'm asking is,
it was
how
it
can
was
we verify it?
so just because the black man said because you said it is
No, you
true.
cannot mischaracterize me. What I'm saying is,
Oh, well, you're
how can we
saying
verify? Oh,
now
go
you're
ahead.
gonna say so you're saying that this guy is doing it's a documentary about
Uh-huh.
this that he's actually showing the records and showing the information, gonna
Yeah.
give you actual slave owners' names, and you could probably look that up. But you're saying that because it's a white man, you're gonna use the white man's
No, I'll tell you what I'm saying with all due
you're
respect.
you're half white, right? Pan mulatto, right? You're half
Exactly.
white, so who cares if it's a white man that said it? If he did the research and he can like tell the research into like that there
Exactly.
was black slave owners, what difference does it make whether he's
But
white?
well, can I answer that question? My question is, how can we verify it as true when we don't know any Black Americans whose families was owned by Black
Honey,
Americans?
I wasn't born in the 1800s either.
Exactly. But you know you had white slave masters though, right?
You can't prove that it's true that the African sold us into slavery.
They apologized for it. Ghana apologized for it.
Just because they apologize for it don't mean it
That
really
means
happened.
they did it. They took accountability.
Where's the documentation of it though?
And can I ask you this? And I'm glad you brought that up,
Where's
DJ Genesis.
the documentation that Africans so
Exactly. Let me complete the sentence. You'll understand what I'm saying.
Is there an actual ledger that says that this African person sold this slave to this person?
Yes. Allow me to complete the sentence.
Documentation is because I'm showing you because when I showed you this, you said, because the white man said it.
And
But
DJ Genesis, please allow me to say one sentence, please.
Go ahead.
One sentence. You notice that when I speak about the Africans that sold your ancestors to the Europeans, your conditioned response is to deflect away to alleged Black American slave owners that you cannot prove even existed. Right?
No, I can prove they exist.
How? You don't know any Black people that was owned by Black people?
Hey, this is how we prove it. DJ Genesis, this is how we prove it.
Yeah, let the brother get in because you're cooked, DJ Genesis.
No, hold on a second. DJ Genesis, this is how we prove it. He's sitting here acting like we have never had Judas Iscariots among us that get paid by white supremacists to keep us down. You know,
we know that exists, but I'm asking you.
So why would there not be?
Go ahead.
Why would there not be black slave owners when we know that there are black people that actively sell us out for 30 shekels of silver?
And let me respond to you, brother, and let's have a respectful dialogue. The question is, because we could speculate all day. The question is, and I already asked you this, and your answer was no. My question was your family owned by Black American slave owners? You said no. I said, do you know any Black Americans? Allow me to complete the sentence. Don't be triggered. The question is, you already said no. Was your family owned by Black American slave owners? You said no. I said, do you know any Black Americans whose families was owned by Black Americans? You said no again. I asked DJ Genesis the same question. She said no both times.
I don't know. I said I don't.
Exactly. So how can you verify that this exists?
Well, so how can you verify that Black Americans were sold into slavery by Africans?
Because the African nations apologized for it.
Can you show me documentation of the actual?
Yes, they had their year return. They made statements from the Yoruba tribe, the Igbo tribe. They apologized.
No.
That's a fact.
Where is
okay, then why did they apologize?
So listen, there is an actual just because they apologize doesn't mean that there's a.
No, I'm asking why did they apologize?
Okay, so why is there actual documentation? This has documented. They have the records of this.
The white man could write anything on a paper, but you don't know any Black Americans that was owned by Black Americans. But we do know Africans that apologize for selling slaves to Europeans.
Hey, let her go ahead and play this because we might be jumping the gun. Let her play the video because he might show some sources. Let's see.
Let's listen to the white man.
Let's just look at the sources, bro. I mean, you act like we ain't.
No, I'm saying let's listen to the white man. It's all right. Let's mute up and listen to the white man.
We've been listening to the white man.
Let's listen to the white man. I'm not objecting. Let's listen to the white man.
Right now, because you're half white, so why you're the
exactly. The other brother is too. It's all mulattoes on the panel. Everyone on the panel.
Okay, so why is it about the about the white man? That's all that is gaslighting.
So just play the white man. Can we listen to the white man?
Let's listen
to the white man as a gaslighting tactic to make it.
He actually is white. I'm not gaslighting you. He's white.
So what?
Let's see where his sources come from. No, let's see if he got sources from black people claiming that they had slaves. That's what we trying to get to. Anthony Johnson, right there. Is there a such
The vast
person?
majority of African Americans in the United States.
So this is of course what this is the he I got the names of it. Can you tell me the name of the slave person? I mean the African person that sold us into slavery. He got the actual name of the actual people that own
They
plantations.
could write anything on the paper, sis.
No,
The
that
fact remains, you don't know any black Americans that was owned by
no,
black
that
Americans.
listen,
There's
not
no
no.
way around that.
Listen,
Well,
just
let's
because
look up Anthony Johnson and see if that's
I'm
real.
only 48 years old, bro. Of course, I don't know anyone personally.
I know, but you know people that had white slave owners, right?
know anyone
Checkmate.
personally that's been a slave.
But you know people had white slave.
No, I don't, sir. I don't know. Listen,
Yes,
even
you do.
I
No,
don't.
so now
Listen, my
the white man ain't own you neither.
my grandmother wasn't a slave. My great
Exactly.
grandmother.
And she had a white slave master.
How old are you,
Checkmate.
Yeah, but he's talking about Anthony Johnson, y'all. He acting like
Uh-huh.
this man ain't pointing out a black man. Who is Anthony Johnson? Is this a fictional character or not?
Right, exactly. Thank you. Let's
Yeah,
go.
let's see the evidence. Let's see the evidence that the white man got.
Look for the evidence. As a matter of fact, why don't Google him while this dude is talking to see if
The vast
Anthony
majority of African Americans in the United States were enslaved, in all of the states, not just the South. Our first person of note is Anthony Johnson. He was born in Angola and captured by Portuguese slave traders, and he was given the name Antonio. Then his captors sold him into the Atlantic slave trade. He sailed to Virginia in 1621 aboard the ship James. The Virginia muster, or census, of 16...
The fucking census right there. Based on the 1624 thing, named Antonio, used to be named whatever, Anthony Johnson or whatever.
24 lists his name as
Did the white man not lie on paper?
And he was recorded as a Negro in the notes and indentured. Antonio, later Anthony, was bought by a colonist in Virginia, but treated as an indentured servant, which was not unusual, and Antonio worked for a merchant at the Virginia Company, and he became a Catholic. Johnson was sold as an indentured servant to a white planter named Bennett to work on his Virginia tobacco farm. Technically, he was not a slave, because the slave laws were not passed until 1661 in Virginia, so prior to that date, Africans were not officially considered to be slaves in that colony. According to the records kept by his benefactor and the existing documents, Anthony was nearly killed in the Indian Massacre of 1622 when the Powhatan Indians attacked colonists in the Tidewater region of Virginia. On Good Friday, they raided the settlement, including the Bennett farm, where Antonio worked, and killed 52 of the 57 men present. Antonio apparently fought back and was wounded and earned the esteem of his master. In 1623, a black woman named Mary arrived aboard the ship Margaret and John. She was brought to work on the same plantation as Antonio, where she was the only woman present. Antonio and Mary married and lived together for more than 40 years. Around 1635, Antonio and Mary completed their indentured servitude, and Antonio changed his name to Anthony Johnson. He first entered the legal record as an unindentured free man when he purchased a calf.
So it sounded to me that slavery was happening in the 1600s before it became this happened in the 1600s, and people were indentured servants rather than 100% slaves, and then they moved from being an indentured servant into being a freed person, and then they were at that point able to what?
In 1647. During this early period, free blacks enjoyed relative equality with whites, and about 20% of the free blacks in Virginia owned their own homes and property. In 1662, the Virginia colony passed a law that children in the colony were born with the social status of their mother. This meant that the children of slave women were born into slavery, even if their fathers were free, European, Christian, and white. This was a reversal of English common law, which held that the children of English subjects took the status of their father. The Virginia colonial government expressed the opinion that since Africans were not Christians, common law could not and did not apply to them, even if they converted, as Anthony Johnson did. On July 24, 1651, Johnson acquired 250 acres of land under the existing head-right system when he bought the contracts of 5 indentured servants, one being his son, Richard Johnson. Under the head-right system, if a man were to bring indentured servants over to the colonies, and in this particular case, Johnson brought 5 servants, he was owed 50 acres a head for servant. The land in question was located on the Great Naswata Creek, which flowed into the Punkateague River in Northampton County, Virginia. This was where Anthony Johnson operated his successful tobacco farm. and one of his indentured servants
Respectfully,
was
how long
John
is the clip?
Castore,
How
who
long is this
became one of
clip?
the first men to be declared indentured for life, effectively a slave. Under the 1645 Virginia taxation,
How long is it?
all Negro
It's a
men
10
and
minute
women and
thing.
all
It's
other
5
men
more
from the
minutes.
age of 16 to 60 shall be judged tithable. So after a fire in 1652 caused him great financial damage to his property, he applied for relief in the courts and won. Back then, people were taxed, not property, but indentured servants and later slaves were taxed as property. It is unclear from the records why the Johnson women were exempted, but the change gave them the same social standing as white women who were not taxed. In the colonies back then, one was judged more on their religion as opposed to race or ethnicity in general, so until the advent of actual legal slavery, upward mobility was possible for many races. During the case, the justices noted that Anthony and Mary Johnson had lived in Virginia for over 30 years and were highly respected in their community. In fact, a 1653 Northampton County Court document lists Mary as Anthony's wife. By the 1650s, Anthony and Mary Johnson were farming 250 acres in Northampton County, while their two sons owned 550 acres. They also had additional indentured persons under contract, but the exact numbers are not known. His son, Richard Johnson, also had his own indentured persons, probably given to him by his father, who were effectively slaves with a shelf life. At some point, if contracted, they would have to be set free. In 1854, John Castore, who had been sentenced to indentured service for life for his escaping a previous owner in 1640, filed a suit against Johnson, claiming his indentured service had expired, and he went to work for Robert and George Parker. Johnson filed a freedom suit to get Castore back, but Parker won. What is amazing in retrospect was that Johnson, a black man, was not only able to file a petition to the court, but he was able to testify and give evidence in the court, which illustrates the rather egalitarian system in place at that time. However, Johnson appealed to the County Court of Northampton County, Virginia, and the court reversed its ruling and sent Castore back to Johnson in 1855, and Parker was forced to pay Johnson compensation. Then Castore made history, as he was probably the first person who was declared slave for life in Virginia. That means that his black owner, Anthony Johnson, was probably the very first slave owner in all of the colonies, himself a black man. There were both black and white indentured servants, the whites being the most Irish of all, who, like the blacks, were also sentenced to lifetime servitude before Castore's case. The difference was that the whites could eventually purchase their freedom in most cases. Therefore, Anthony Johnson was apparently not only the first African American whose right to own a slave for life was recognized in the colonies, he was therefore technically the first actual legal slave owner, regardless of being black or white, as established by the Virginia court. Soon afterwards, slavery was legal in all of the colonies. Later, Johnson moved his family to Somerset County, Maryland, and leased 300 acres for tobacco farming for 99 years, which he called Torrey's Vineyards. When Anthony Johnson died in 1670, that August, his plantation
Is there such thing as Torrey's Vineyards ever existed?
was given to Robert Parker, not to Johnson's children. The justification delivered by an all-right jury ruled that Anthony's land in Virginia that was given to his sons could be seized because he was a Negro and by consequence an alien. As a result, the 50 acres that Anthony had given to his son Richard wound up in the hand of his wealthy white neighbor George Parker. It didn't matter that Richard, a free man, had lived on the land with his wife and children for 5 years. A judge then had ruled that Anthony Johnson, as he was not a citizen of the colony because he was black, but he did own his own slaves, could maintain his property. What soon arrived after Johnson's death was a system of legal slavery in which enslavement was lifelong, hereditary, and based solely on race, and effectively established in all of the colonies in the beginning of the 18th century. As a result, Johnson has been referred to historically as the Black Patriarch of the first community of Negro property owners in America. He was the first black slave owner to be involved in a court case that resulted in an indentured black man, John Castore, to be legally determined as a slave for life. In effect, because hereditary slavery was not in effect during his period of ownership of Castore, the slave for life and others he purchased, it is arguable that Anthony Johnson was in fact the first actual slave owner in the American colonies, and he was a black man.
All right. So,
Yeah,
DJ,
so
what
go
year?
ahead, brother. Go ahead,
DJ,
brother.
are you sharing screens? DJ Jenna.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so what year are they saying that Anthony Johnson was owning these slaves?
From the 1600 up to the no, he came into thing the 1600s, I think about the 1800s or the 17, something like 16, 17, 18. Yeah, I think it started off in the 1600s and then went into the early 1800s.
Early 1800s. Okay, that kind of shoots my theory down. I was starting to think that they set this house nigga up to stop all these massacres that was happening. You know what I'm saying? You know how they always like try to put out fires whenever the black people get real restless, they'll find some house Negro, you know, to put out there in front of everybody so they will calm down and whatnot. But this is the question I do have for FBAs, right? Do you know what the definition of insanity is? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting a different result. So this whole thing about, you know, establishing your own separate, you know, reservation here in the United States, our ancestors have already tried that. They went from setting up all of these Africa towns, and then these Africa towns getting knocked down by the white supremacists. And then the next thing you get after the Marcus Garvey, because all of this really, you know, this is why Marcus Garvey and Booker T. Washington, you know, was on the frequency that they was on, building these black Africa towns and then making enough money to where they can establish their own colony on the continent of Africa. But obviously the white supremacists didn't like that. And so you get all of these places end up erased, right? So now you come into the Martin Luther King era where they're like, well, if you can't beat them, join them. And so now we're integrated with them. And, you know, look at where we are today. We still crying about, you know, white supremacy. I just understand why y'all want to try to keep building stuff here, man. That's my own.
Well, let me give a brief response. And I know it's another brother on the panel and he wants to jump in. So my response would be less than 20 seconds. Number one, with all due respect, you can say the same thing about Africa. If you look at the scramble for Africa, all of them nations were colonized virtually. Even Ethiopia claims not to have been colonized. If Ethiopia was never colonized, then Eritrea would never have existed. Eritrea is the result of Europeans splitting off that part of the country from the rest of Ethiopia. And very briefly, to DJ Genesis, I noticed that the conditioned response of the Pan-African is when we ask them, why won't you acknowledge that these Africans sold your ancestors to Europeans and they have apologized for it? They have acknowledged that they actually sold your ancestors to the Europeans. The conditioned response of the Pan-African is to say, hold on, but you had Black American ancestors that owned slaves in the U.S. And then but since you didn't even interrupt the brother, though, can I complete my statement, please? With all due respect.
Brother didn't address me, but
Yeah, I was addressing you, sis. And I'll complete my sentence. With all due respect, the conditioned response of the Pan-African, when we bring up the fact that Africans sold your exact ancestors to Europeans, the conditioned response of the Pan-African is to say, well, hold on, you had Black Americans that owned slaves too. And then when we say, all right, do you know any Black Americans whose families was owned by Black Americans? Your answer is no. When we ask you, was your own family enslaved by Black Americans? Your answer is no. So we're supposed to be mad at a fictitious Black American slave owning boogeyman instead of acknowledging, hold on, these Africans are not our allies. They actually did sell our ancestors to Europeans. And I relinquish the floor.
Oh, all right. So you gonna respond to that, Genesis, or can I respond?
go ahead, because I don't have time for it. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So I believe that his response is the way that it is because, you know, he's unaware of, you know, African history, right? So I'm going to give you a summary of the history, you know, that my ancestors gave to me when it comes down to Africa and why it was that ancestors were sold into slavery. Because you did say earlier, I just shitted on my ancestors, right? But you're not.
Yeah, you did. You shitted on them, but go ahead.
Okay, all right. So let me explain to you what it is that you might not know. All right. So I did say earlier that the very first civilizations, you know, that history shows, they all showed up in East Africa, mainly in that territory that we call Ethiopia. But the very first civilization, according to the history, was referred to as Naphtha Playa. And it's a territory that our mothers was ruling over. And what I'm basically explaining to you is what Marcus Garvey understood. He understood that the very first civilization was created by our ancestors. Now, our ancestors in that territory had what I refer to, I forgot what my ancestors called it, but I refer to it as a bloodline law, meaning that citizens of this territory were not supposed to make marriages with outside nations, because by making marriages with outside nations, be they East Indian, Asian, European, you are actually giving them access to this territory, to our homeland, and that could ultimately bring our dynasty down. And ultimately, that's what happened. The Greeks came in to Kemet. They started learning from our Kemetic ancestors. And then next thing you know, the Greeks, those children that came from those unions were giving access to their Greek families, allowing these foreigners to come in. And then the foreigners come into the territory and they see what we working with. It's the same scenario when you got a poor woman marrying a rich dude, or vice versa. You got a poor dude marrying a rich woman. You see what they got access to, and now you want it for yourself. The greed sets in. So ultimately, our society was trying to stop this law breaking from happening, the whole violation of the bloodline. So you could catch a black man married to a foreigner, which was against the law, or you could catch a black woman married to a foreigner. It's against the law. And they didn't have prisons at that time. They didn't have jails. The best way to deal with these traitors is to send them off into the land of the people that they was in love with. Now, this created.
And brother, can I just respond?
Hold on a second. I'm almost finished. I'm trying to explain to you. I'm trying to explain to you why you think I shitted on my ancestors. You had people in our ancestors' land that were violating this bloodline law, and to protect the land, they were sending these people off into slavery. That was their form of prison. If you love these East Indians so much, go take your ass and live with the East Indians. You love the Asians so much, take your ass and go live with the Asians. You love the Europeans so much.
No, we get your point, brother. But
and wasn't there also like wars going on? They were capturing people and sending them from based on war. So I'm warring with another tribe, and then based on this war, the people that I'm warring with, I sell them off to the Portuguese or the English or whatever.
Right. And so ultimately,
like they were just like, oh, hey, daughter, my own daughter, go over that. No, these were people that prisoners of war that were going that based on that war, and this happens in war. Like, okay, yeah, that's what happened. So that's what went down.
All right,
and
so
DJ Genesis. All right, go ahead, brother.
All right, I'm gonna land it in like 30 more seconds. So ultimately, that creates a dissension among the citizens, because some of these people being sent away were actually people that had the ability to take care of their families. Their families living a good life, but now you send the breadwinners away into slavery, and then that causes people to end up revolting against the leadership. And so like I said, the civilization started in East Africa. Now Greece is starting to overrun this area, forcing our ancestors out of this territory. The Romans are taking over, forcing our ancestors out of this territory. And at this time, this is when the Phoenicians were sailing ships around the continent of Africa. So this is how you get these East Africans.
Well, brother, allow me to get in. And even me, all of us, let's be concise because everyone's trying to jump in. Now, with all due respect, do you realize, you and DJ Genesis, you're willing to criticize your ancestors that got sold to Europeans, but you won't criticize the Africans that sold your ancestors to the Europeans?
They had a right to, but they had a right to. These are traitors. These are the people.
How did it benefit? Oh, so the Africans that sold the Africans to Europeans, they are not traitors?
No.
Let him answer that, please. Let him answer that. Are the Africans that sold other Africans to Europeans, are they treasonous? Yes or no?
They still treasonous, but
exactly.
but you have to understand the dissension. These people that were against the law that was responsible for their relatives getting sold into slavery, when they rose up against those leaders that did that, now it's happening in reverse. It's almost like a karma situation. So
now, brother, if you acknowledge, and I appreciate your transparency, I appreciate you acknowledging that the Africans that sold your own ancestors to Europeans are treasonous. The question is, why are you trying to rationalize it today?
The reason why I'm not rationalizing, I'm trying to show that there is a repentance that we have to do, because we're actually still following along with those African ancestors that were traitors. Those ones that sold our ancestors into slavery They sold traders into slavery. You understand what I'm saying? This is what was
No,
going
brother.
on.
With all due respect, you said they had a right to sell the Africans to the Europeans. That's what you said verbatim.
Yeah, the original leaders had a right to sell these into
So that
slavery.
means you're rationalizing treason, brother. If we have a problem within our own house,
No,
we
that's not
must fuck.
treason. That's
But
not.
allow me to complete the sentence, please, so you can
Okay,
understand what
I
I'm
got a
saying.
whole nother take on the standpoint on this, but okay, go ahead.
All right. If we have a problem in house, it is our obligation to solve that problem in house. We don't sell members of our own families, of our own race, to outsiders, to the Europeans. The point is, in the long run, did it benefit Africans to sell literally millions of their own people to Europeans and Arabians?
Ultimately, no. The answer would be no.
I
But
respect your honesty.
but you're not taking into account what led up to that. You're not seeing the
Brother,
drama.
it doesn't matter. It was a mistake that we cannot repeat.
Hey, but listen, it's how is it a mistake when you got people that don't want to follow the law?
It was a mistake because it had adverse effects.
We're repeating it right now with delineation. When you are delineating and holding up the Caribbean and saying, they need to get them about this country. What you're doing the same thing the African person did in Africa to send a person over to America. You're doing the same thing when you call ICE on the Caribbean that have been living here for the
And
all this life.
DJ Genesis, can I ask you this? Oh
No.
no?
I'm not done talking. All right. So what's the difference between uh, a person that is from Africa gets into a war, and seizes the land and takes those people and says, they're not from us, they're not one of us, and then says, I'm gonna sell these people over to the European, the Portuguese, to us, saying, well, Caribbeans, they're not one of us. All right, here, ICE, come pick them up and send them back over to Jamaica. So
Can I
the
tell you the
bottom
difference?
and they lived here their entire life, have never been to Jamaica, grew up in America, but because we are delineating, we're doing the same. It's history repeating itself.
Well, can I answer that? The difference? Can I tell you the difference? And it's very simple. The difference is the Africans sold to Europeans and were transported human traffic to the Americas. They were not from the Americas. When we call ICE on an immigrant from the Caribbean or Africa, they are just going back home where they are actually from,
No,
where
they're
they are
not.
actually
The
needed.
person grew up in America, never been to the
That means
Caribbean.
their family fled to the U.S. Is a
Okay,
difference.
so that baby that grew up in America, then they get shipped off to the Caribbean, and then
Back to their ancestral homeland. Yes, it's a big
okay,
difference.
so all right, so I would say this is that to me, you're saying that one thing is a treasonous thing, but to me, I'm like, I don't see. It's like it seems like the same exact. You just one little caveat. Oh, okay. Well, this person
Yeah, they're
had
going back home. They're
this
going
person.
back home.
No, they're not going back home because they were
They're
born.
Caribbean. They're going back to the Caribbean.
If they were born here, they're not going back
Their
home.
ancestral home is the Caribbean.
That's not the
Respectfully,
ancestor. Listen,
it is.
if they were born here in America,
Their ancestors are
all
from
they
the
know is
Caribbean.
America, and because they were born in American hospital, probably
Uh huh.
born at Orange Memorial Hospital. You know what I'm saying? And then you call the ICE on them or whatever, and then they get sent to Jamaica. Never been to Jamaica.
Uh huh.
What are you talking
That's
about?
their ancestral homeland. Big difference. They are going back to their homeland to fix it. Hopefully, when the Africans sold our ancestors to the European, they
That's
had no affiliation with the Americans.
you're just gaslighting because the bottom line is that if this
The
person is,
chat understands me though.
it doesn't
The
matter
chat
whether
does
the chat
understand you.
The chat understands.
the chat can understand you all.
The chat
Listen,
understands.
you don't have to keep repeating that the chat understands you. I'm not going to keep doing. I'm not going to go back and forth with you, sir. You already know how it goes here. If you keep like if I'm trying to make a point and you keep just saying the same thing over and over again, the chat understands me. The chat understands. Okay, you said it once. I get it. The chat understands you. Great, good job for you. But what I'm trying to tell you is that if a person gets caught in a war, okay, if I am this tribe and I raid another tribe and we're at war, and then those people I capture and then I sell them off to America or whatever the hell I sell them off to, these are prisoners of war. Like I don't give a fuck who they are. Like bro, like who gives a fuck? Like if they're not my people. These are different tribes warring. People in tribes have their own little groups of like language, ethnicity, and everything in Africa. There's houses, there's different like tribes of people in Africa that have different ethnic groups. Okay, and so if I'm like the Hausa tribe and I enslaved and I attack the Igbo and we're having a war, and then I take those Igbo people and I sell them off to a cracker, and he takes them off to America. So fucking what? You lost the war. That's war. That's just almost like if I go over if America goes into Venezuela and grabs a bunch of people and ships them off into Africa, we can't be like, oh well, those are white people. They're the same kind of people. How could they take their own people? Didn't they just get finished bombing white people, Spanish people, white speaking white people, European white Caucasians in Venezuela? They just bombed them. Let's say they like round them all up and then ship their ass off into Spain, right? Shipping that day off into Africa, right? Whatever country that'll get them, right? And then we occupy that space, right? That's war. So that's what I'm saying.
Yes, and let me respond very briefly. To be one sentence. Actually, DJ Genesis, you just told on yourself. You said when the Africans sold our ancestors to the Europeans, they were different tribes, so that was not their people. So keep that same energy. These Africans are not our people. You said fuck them, so that's what I'm saying. Fuck them, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, let's give that brother a chance to jump in, y'all. He been here for a second.
Yeah, let the brother get in because I cooked DJ Genesis.
Thank you to the panel. And previously on alchemizing energy, the man in the high castle has cooked. He kills panels and will continue. However, I want to say God bless America. And we have the greatest administration ever with President Trump. And he's doing a great job getting rid of these illegals. Thank you, ICE. Thank you, Border Czar Tom Holman. You're doing a great job. And Pam Mulatto, you were doing a hell of a job cooking the panel and educating them. Everybody in the comments section, press a 1 if you thought Pam Mulatto was cooking.
Much respect.
Also, it is war. But what I'm hearing with these left-wing, nutty Pan-Africans, they're still giving that hostage speech. They're still grieving. It's game over. And they know this. Slavery, any type of slavery is wrong. I condone slavery. Well, if it's tribal or not. However, it's still occurring on the African continent where Pan-Africans are pleading for us to go over there.
As they should. Why the hell are French, Germans, Asians? You got every nationality building on the continent of Africa rather than the people that have the ability, which is us, to build over there. You rather build a white supremacist construct rather than helping to build up the continent of Africa based on some lie that they sold you into slavery, not even realizing the people that they sold into slavery was house niggas like you. I can't believe you came up here with that nonsense, bro.
What
up, Genesis?
He's the main reason why we can't get up out of this white supremacist construct. This dude is one of them dudes that likes sucking the white man's dick. I'm sorry.
Welcome to the panel, DJ Witch Doctor. Shouts out to you.
What's up, Genesis?
Yo, I'm gonna tell you something. I hope that you be the first one on the plane going down there to that war in Venezuela, and I hope they blow your fucking head off.
Oh, wow.
Where Mulatto went to? I thought
he's gonna support a white supremacist is violating other people's land for their resources. I hope he's the first one on the front line. He's supporting criminals, man. A black man whose grandmother was raped by white supremacy is supporting white supremacy with that nonsense he just came up here with.
That's Mulatto. Mulatto he got a defeatist mindset. He's like
no, it wasn't Mulatto. It's that dude over there with the red, white, and blue flag. He the one that said that crap.
No, both of them is.
You don't love America like I do, sir.
I think they're both the same person too. I think because
why are you on a Pan-African platform with your nonsense? Go over there with your white supremacist friends and your house nigga friends. Why are you over here? And that's how they do.
This is the ancestral home of my ancestors.
That's
I'm
how
proud.
they do.
You don't flee like Howard Africans and Caribbeans.
They are not.
Why are you on a?
This guy sounds soft, DJ.
Yeah, they
You have
follow
FBA in your title,
You don't
correct?
sound like he
America wasn't
protects his
taking their
women and none of
resources.
that
They
shit.
wouldn't be
You
coming
don't
over
sound-
here. America's
Yeah,
taking their resources.
sound
That's
like
why
you
they have to
protect
come
women
here.
and
And you ain't trying to build nothing over there. With your
Chill, Moses. Listen, which doctor gonna get up? Because he know about these people. Because I don't even know who they are. This Plano mulatto guy, and I think he said that they're the same person, Pan Mulatto, and this guy the same person.
They got this. They might as well be. They is like, if you can't beat them, join them. That's their ideology. That's their mindset. They're not gonna protect their women from getting raped by another nation. They not them type of people. This dude with the red, white, and blue or mulatto. They like the soy boys. They like the niggas that's estrogened up. You know what I'm saying? That been broken. You know what I mean? They defeated. That's why mulatto thinks that I'm like he's pan mulatto. That's literally trying to diss pan Africanism. He's literally, what is a pan mulatto? Like, what type of shit is that? That's some defeatist shit. That dude is goofy. I
Right.
thought he was-
And mulatto is what is that? Yeah, when you think about it. Yeah, I never even thought about that even moniker.
just be making shit up.
So I was trying to say that the actual slave trade was based on people warring with each other. They grabbed certain people that was based on different groups of people, different ethnic groups, and then he tried to make it like, see, you yourself admitted that fuck them, these aren't our people. Well, I'm saying is that some of us got brought over here, but they didn't grab all of them. There were still some people that still were in civilization over there. So I'm saying is that if they grabbed 10 people, brought them over here, there's still like how many people still over there? So I'm saying like, so you're saying that those are not our people? That because they grabbed they didn't grab all of the people in the whole community.
You know it's crazy, DJ. They got it. You ever heard about this streamer named R.I.S.E?
I was about to play that. That was my next thing I was going to play.
That's some beautiful shit right there. I just reviewed it last night. That shit, that's the shit that Pan Mulatto and this dude, they don't want to talk about this type of shit. You know what I mean?
I'm glad you brought that up because that was going to be something I like actually showed. This guy, I don't have the original one where when he showed, but this guy was talking about the fact that he showed Africa and showed that and I show speed he did a lot of stuff, traveling all over the world, and then just this year, this is when he went to Africa. And I want to go ahead and show. Did you have something to say about that? Did you want to like give a precursor before I show the video?
Oh no, it's the video speak for itself. I reviewed it last night on my channel. You might as well go ahead and play it. You know what I mean?
I was already there. We are thinking alike. Go ahead.
He is a huge streamer, and I've actually criticized him on the channel before. One thing in particular that I don't like was like him feeding into the racist stereotypes and basically being a minstrel show. You know, eating fried chicken on camera, like just doing all this other weird stuff. Now, despite of that, he's doing something right now that is very positive, and I don't think he realized how big it is. For the past year or so, he's been going around to different countries, streaming, basically doing IRL stream. And to kick the year off, I Show Speed decided to do a Africa tour. Now, as American, when we hear Africa, we think of teepees, huts, dirt roads, things of that nature. And this is just another form of propaganda. Like I remember when I was younger, man, getting ready for school, I used to have the TV on. Every morning, it used to be Feed Africa ads. You would see like a skinny African little kid with a white woman, saying, oh, give us money to feed them. These are the type of things we see. On the other hand, a lot of Africans, the way they see us is, especially Black Americans, they see us as violent. They see us in movies shooting each other. So it's a disconnect that is not either of our own faults. But the point is, I Show Speed is breaking the African propaganda right now, and I love it. So this is one of the countries, Mozambique. I don't even know how to pronounce it. I don't want to butcher the name, but just look at it. Like it looks like a very modern city, and I blame the American, school system for this is another one of I don't know how to pronounce the name. Mozambique. I think Mozambique, and it looks like Miami, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's the vibe it's giving me. Beautiful. Everybody's showing love, man. That's one thing I love about Speed when they do these. Like he really goes into the culture.
Well, you know what? I should have said this. I should have said this, DJ. You know what would have been dope if you had played the videos when he was in Asia and Europe. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people was calling them monkeys. You know what I mean? This one Asian guy came to the window and gave him a banana. It's like straight disrespecting the dude. You know what I'm saying? One dude called him a monkey. This other dude was narrating this video of him giving a monkey banana, talking about, oh, he giving a banana to his ancestors. Like they was literally looking at him as a character. But now when he's in Africa, the people is just matching his energy. They vibing, they mad animated with him, they laughing with him. It's not like they laughing at him. You know what I'm saying?
Right, exactly. And then so much you'll hear people saying that when you go to Africa, they're gonna do this, they're gonna do that, they're gonna treat you like this, they're gonna try to take all your money and blah blah blah. But yeah, exactly. I'm sorry.
So, let me just say this real quick though, DJ, is that FBAs don't take into consideration that you do have descendants of slaves here in America that work for the FBI, and you have Africans on the continent of Africa that work for America's CIA. And their main purpose is to maintain this division in the African diaspora so that America can continue to keep going over there snatching resources. Same thing with Europe. You know what I'm saying? The longer they keep us divided, the longer America and Europe got the opportunity to keep snatching resources. All right, I'm done.
Man, thank you, Witch Doctor, for even like getting me on this path because all that arguing. Let's show some real beautiful stuff right here. Let's go.
Yeah, they gonna beat him probably in every athletic thing he does. Yeah. But the vibes is immaculate, man. Look, someone made him art. Like, this is fire. Yo, that is.
Man, look at that. That's beautiful. Look at this.
Yeah,
See,
that's dope. That's dope.
you know what I'm saying? People talk about Africa in such a negative way, but it ain't all what people think it is.
Country style. Hey. Now, these are just a few clips, man. You got to watch the full stream. The vibes are just absolutely immaculate. Now, the thing that's really been getting me, man, is just the ignorance. And like I say, I don't really blame these people because it's what's being pushed to them about Africa. I was the same way until a few years ago. I started like looking into things. I'm like, damn, it's really nice over here. But yeah, man, people are really shocked.
This nigga's in Africa. Nigga, these niggas got drip. And look at the sea lights, bro. This shit is cleaner than New York. Like, look at this. My son is in, like, I think it's in Angola or some shit. Nigga, this shit look like downtown Houston. Like, I know they got self-driving cars in this bitch, man. Like, come on, look how futuristic this shit look. Look at y'all, man. Thinking Africans don't got water and shit. Thinking they poor and shit. Like, come on, man. But
you understand what I'm saying? Like, so when we talk about Africa, yeah. So I mean, did you have the actual stream that he did, or did you see this thing when I saw?
No, I watched this same one. I watched a couple of people reviewing this same one. What I would say though, like a lot of stuff that we joke about white people that they can't dance or some shit like that, they don't notice that shit about each other as much as we notice it, because they got a similar frequency of how they move that's embedded in their genetics, right? But when we see like a black person is mad expressive or using their hands when they talk and mad extra shit, a lot of people would joke at that shit. But a lot of black people, especially like in Africa, where it's like a little homogenous, when you look left and you look right, you see people look like you, they understand that expressiveness. So it's not weird to them. They'll do it back with you. You know what I'm saying? Like he's mad animated all the time, and people laugh at that. That's the thing about him that they fuck with, that he's mad animated. But that's a black thing. Like we super animated, we lively, we move. You know what I'm saying? And people in the continent, they understand that about him. So he fit right in. Them niggas was doing backflips with him. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That make him look like he disrespected the culture because he didn't bow down a certain way and blah 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 and whatever. He's stupid and yeah, exactly. And
hey, let me throw this in real quick. Hey, when you look at the structure there, right? Like all of the skyscrapers and all of the building that took place, whose money was responsible for that? Was it the money of wealthy FBAs here in America, or was it other countries like Asia, India, and Europe that built that? Who do you think is responsible for that infrastructure on the continent of Africa?
Other culture, other countries.
Thank you. Now, why is it that these FBAs ain't sending their money over there to build and then expect for Africans to have respect for them when Africans see that we get in the bag over here, but we're not the ones contributing to Africa. It's other nations that are contributing to Africa. You know what I'm saying? Oh, DJ, share the screen one more time. I just want
I'm about to show you. I'm about to play before I share that with you. I'm gonna play the video right here because everything is all coming together. Here we go.
The trick is making you think you don't.
I want you to watch this video and I want you to internalize it. I want you to feel it in your bones because he's talking about you.
You see, there's something that Black Americans don't realize. They have a spending power of $1.8 trillion a year. Revolving, that is annual recurring power. Do you know that if Black America was a country, it is the 15th most powerful country in the world? Black America, the United States of Black America, is more powerful than any country in Africa, all countries in South America except Mexico and Brazil, all the countries in the Middle East. When you have that kind of power, the trick is making you think you don't.
If African Americans knew just how powerful we were, then we would be an absolute problem.
You understand what I'm saying? And here's the thing is that, we don't even realize who we are and what our stake in the game is. Let's go. Let's see. Go ahead.
So I just wanted to point out that this is the reason why white supremacists kept knocking these Africa towns down. Because if we're going to make money, they don't want us sending that money over to Africa to do what we just saw, building up skyscrapers and building up, cities of our own on the continent of Africa. They want us to spend that money here. And the best way to keep a wealthy Black man and wealthy Black woman down is to make sure that the only way they're going to get money is through them. You know what I'm saying? So they send you to school, you get this good education, you start making money, and then you go work for their corporations. We have no corporations that we can go to. You know what I'm saying? When we get our education, we're always knocking on the white man's door. The FBAs don't even realize how house niggerish they really look. You know what I'm saying? There's always been this concerted effort to keep us from building over there. And every time Pan-Africans keep trying to remind the African diaspora what our mission is, which is we're supposed to be building over there like that, where other nations are not supposed to be able to build on that continent. That's us that's supposed to be doing that. And they don't even see that there's this concerted effort. So it goes back to what the other brother was saying, man, is that these people is buck broken, man. FBAs don't even realize that about themselves.
All right, so
how long have you despised America, sir?
Why do you have to despise America to say that we should invest in Africa?
There's more security guarantees right here in the United States where our ancestors are from. We weren't brought here from Africa. The majority of us are already here.
Okay, so I do understand, and I know that there's people that don't agree with this. I do understand that during the time that the Phoenician ships was sailing, the Africans, were on them ships, and they were making their way over here. And so that is true that
we were already here before all that.
No, you wasn't. We were not here before the Phoenician ships.
People here already before all that.
There were no non-ether-haired, nappy-haired, wool-haired Black people on over here in the West until Africans started coming over here. Only people
here with nappy hair all over the planet Earth.
There was only Black straight-haired people here. There was no nappy. Bro, you obviously don't know science. Wool-haired, nappy-haired, coarse-haired Black folks originated on the continent of Africa. All of the nations around us had hair like animals, bro. Don't confuse
slavery was invented in Africa. That's it. They built them slave fortresses from the ground up. That's the only thing that they built.
What? Okay, so you don't know your history, and I'm not going to go back and forth.
My history, our story is we were here already.
What about the University of Timbuktu? What about Sanko Ray? What about all those universities in Africa, West Africa, all around Africa, that were university systems. So you're saying that those things didn't exist, that they were only slave fortresses that were built?
You can't
I
argue.
wish those African prime ministers would stick at those schools. I heard they were great over there, but they always fly out to Oxford University. They always fly out to Cambridge University.
You can't point fingers. You a house nigga just like
They
them.
don't want an African education.
You a house nigga just like them. Those y'all, both you and them, are the reasons why.
I've never fled. My ancestors never fled, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So y'all did. So Africans didn't go to Liberia. The Africans that came up here, these FBAs back in the day that went to Liberia, they didn't flee America to go build Liberia. Come on, man, you lying. You there? If you want to use that logic, yes, there was FBA.
Them not my ancestors. They fled.
The
Tethers fled.
University of Timbuktu, Sankore, okay, faced significant threats, notably the destruction of its invaluable manuscripts and mausoleums by Islamic extremists in 2012 and 2013. Though many texts were saved through heroic local efforts, the ancient center of learning declined after Moroccan invaders in 1591. So that means that there were colleges, universities in Africa before they came to America. There were actual
We built William and Mary in the 1500s as well.
What?
Yeah, we built William and Mary University College right here in the United States
in the 1500s
as well. Yeah. FBA, we were the builders of the. We built it. We built it.
Source that up. It sounds like you regurgitating more Tariq's BS right now. Earlier, you just said that we not fleeing tethers, but foundational Black Americans fled America to go build Liberia. So you disingenuous, bro. You need to source up. You can't just be coming over here spitting BS, bro. Stop.
So you're saying William and Mary wasn't built in the 1500s here in the United States?
But that doesn't mean it wasn't by slave labor. That doesn't mean that
it was.
Timbuktu is older than
period. The universities in Africa was not built on slave labor. That was us doing for self. You can't be coming at us with what slaves built over here under duress. Stop.
Then why don't you go back to Africa, sir?
Well, that's what Pan-Africans keep trying to do. You want me to go through the list of Pan-Africans that got diverted by FBA such as yourself? Yo, from the time of Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, you got Kwame Nkrumah from Ghana. You have Sankofa. Should I even mention Muammar Gaddafi? Every time Pan-Africans try to organize and resurrect Mother Africa, we got to deal with house niggas like you standing up for the white man. Diverting.
Brother Nkrumah went to an HBCU here in the United States called Lincoln University. And he died in the country of Romania because he fled Africa.
He got diverted. Period. You avoiding that.
He got exiled. The Africans didn't love him like that, so he died in Romania.
That's BS. The reason why that's BS
he didn't die in Romania. He wasn't exiled, and he didn't die in the country of Romania.
That's what I'm telling you. Y'all always want to point out these house niggas that's on the continent. Africa that bow down to the West and bow down to Britain.
You mentioned Kwame Nkrumah. I'm telling you, he got his education here at Lincoln University.
And that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to get educated in America. The Asians, they get educated here. Indians get educated. All foreigners get educated
to Romania where he died.
Education back to their land. But when we take education back to our land, we get killed for it. We get exiled by other house niggas on the continent. You acting like it ain't no house niggas on the continent that's like
and you want FBAs to go over to Africa and open up businesses. What are the security guarantees? What are the security guarantees?
You have okay.
You don't have no security guarantees over here. What are you talking about?
We do here. Yes, we do.
Okay,
so what are the security guarantees over there?
So
do they have FDIC over there in Africa?
Both from John that got shot in his apartment, he had securities. What about
He
Sonya
wasn't
Massey?
from
Yeah.
here. He was from Barbados.
All right, Sonya Massey, she was from here. She had securities. What about Sandra Bland? She was from here. She had securities. Freddie Gray, Tamir Rice. Come on, man. Why you acting like we got securities here? And this is our own law enforcement that's doing us in, bro. You know how many black men and black women come up missing in this country, and those murders or they come up missing and it's unsolved? It's because it's the doggone police department that's disappearing.
And that's way more important than moving to Africa. So talk on it. Go ahead.
Yo, let me tell you the difference between fighting against brothers and sisters on the continent and fighting with these white supremacists over here. Fighting with your brothers and sisters over there on the continent is just like fighting your brothers and sisters in the house. At the end of the day, eventually y'all gonna make up and y'all gonna go forward, just like it is with all the other races. You see Europeans fighting each other, but they still somehow they sticking together. You see Asians fighting each other, but they still got a superpower or their own structure on the continent of Asia. Same thing with the East Indians, same thing. All of the South Americans got an inner beef, but they still got a strength. We don't have no strength. We're always dependent on white supremacist construct rather than going over to Africa and just being like all of the other countries that be beefing with their family. You making a lot of excuses to stay here in this white supremacist construct, bro.
All right, so I would say this. What is the security of for Black American farmers that just now, just based on tariffs alone, lost so much money in soybean production because Trump did a tariff on the Chinese government, which made a lot of Black farmers go bankrupt by cutting off the supply into China of soybean, where they had to go into Argentina and get the soybean, and now those farmers are now like struggling. Where's the security of that? Where's the security?
That's an American situation.
Duh, like you're stating the obvious. I'm asking you an American problem.
It's not just Black American farmers. It's an American farmer situation.
Oh my God, bruh. You do know that when you go to a grocery store, the products that you pulling off of them shelves ain't none of them stuff that's coming off the shelves is from Black farms. You allowing white people to feed you, and you know you are what you eat.
It's an American farmer situation, as I said, DJ Genesis.
So it's not common sense for us to have our own farms and feed our own self. It's an American problem, right? See, that's what happens when you include
Americans, my ethnicity.
Oh my God, this dude is
okay. So you're not answering the question. You're just saying words.
You don't think it's common sense?
No, a person asks him a question, he just say a word, and that's his little tactic of not answering the question. You'll say, "So what is wrong with this?" And he'll say, "I'm American."
Okay, let's use that logic.
And that's just to create, like, to make you get more outraged and enraged by his statement. Whatever.
That's right. Okay, let's
that's
use
like the whole tactic, because he will not answer the question. What he will do is just make a statement rather than answer the question. Why is it that if we're only like talking about America, why is it that Black farmers are struggling? He'll say, "Well, I'm American."
Yeah. Okay. So,
and that makes you get irritated, and then
being American.
It's a tactic. It's a whole.
This is your logic, bro. Okay, so in your home, let's say you got a wife and you got 2 kids, and it's time for y'all to eat. By your logic, the white man can come in the house and feed you, your wife, and your 2 children, and you trust this man to not be putting poison in your food. That's what you sound like when you say, "I'm American."
Well, even that, if you like are shipping stuff over from China and they're the enemy or whatever, so called, right? And you're expecting them not to like do that same thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And he make it sound like it's common sense to be dependent on people that have demonstrated that they hate your race. Every day, these people are showing us that they hate us, and and a lot of times they only get caught because we got cameras everywhere now, right? I mean, but before these cameras came out, these people have been smiling in our face while stabbing us in the back, bro. And you got like all of this trust in them. Like from the day you from the day that you're born in the hospital, they already hurting you with them vaccines that they give you. That's probably the reason why you think the way that you think. They hit you with these vaccines at birth, and then them vaccines done hurt you neurologically. Now your people not performing well in the educational system, of whom is controlled by the white supremacists. They're not going to educate you properly because they don't want you to rise to the level that they at. So now you got a poor education. That poor education lands you a poor paying job, and now you repeating the cycle. You are behind enemy lines, and you happy about it. That's what you sound like.
America's my home.
All right,
if you don't like this country,
the reason why we can't build nothing. You brothers like you, sisters like you, is the reason why Africa is not independent. While they're still dependent on other nations because of a divisive mentality such as yours. You rather
I'm sure they'll get it together, sir.
You rather align yourself.
So listen. So I have a question from the audience. Okay, ask Man in the High Castle why he calls himself a foundational Black American. Why doesn't he call himself an American only?
I am an American. I've said that plenty of times already. First of all, foundational is my lineage. Black is my race, and American is my ethnicity. America is an ethnicity, not only just a nationality. It's an ethnicity as well as a nationality. My ethnicity is American. My race is Black. My foundation lineage.
Okay, Mr. American. Which branch of service you serve?
People are indigenous to this country. Deal with it.
Okay. What branch of service you served in, sir?
Love this country.
You served in the Army, the Air Force, the Marines, the Navy. Which branch?
Hey, I love this country.
Did you serve in the military? Yes or no?
I love this country, sir.
No, you don't. If you did not serve,
you don't love Africa. If you loved Africa, you would be fighting over there.
Why would I fight in Africa when I'm born over here in America?
Why don't you act like you love it then? You sound like a raging communist.
Okay, all right. So let me, Genesis.
Hold on.
Check this out. He ain't even
answer the question.
I was in the Navy, and I had honors in the Navy. I got awards in the Navy. I fought in the Persian Gulf. I don't have to love the country to fight for it because I got family that's here. And that's ultimately why I came to the understanding that, dag, I got to leave my people out of America because of what they had me fighting for. Like right now, they over there in Venezuela, bombing Venezuela so they can steal them resources. That's what I was supporting because I supposedly loved America. And now you on here talking this nonsense. I'm American. I love America. You ain't even put your life on the line.
Hey, listen, I was in the military too. I was in the Air Force. Air Force, who y'all?
Yeah, when
Veterans Unite. Veterans who love America more than a veteran that put their life on the line, fixing to go overseas.
And this country still don't respect us. You know how many Black people get off in this country?
But you want to give that money away to immigrants, illegal immigrants?
Country that are homeless right now, bro. You love America, but America don't love you. I can find all kinds of Black Americans on the street right now that fought for this country. They had honorable discharges and they homeless right now because America don't love your ass. You a house nigga that love your massa, period. So when you go back to Africa, this is what I'm realizing that this country don't love
the one in the chat if you love America like I do, the man in the high castle.
Military.
They fought for it, bro. You don't love America if you have not missiles flying over your head and water mines in the
real veterans will distinguish themselves from this guy who is not. He ain't served no time in the military. Ain't served no time giving it up for America, but just act like he's the most patriotic of them all. And he's more patriotic than the person that actually served and put and gave the oath. Child, get out of here, please. I gave my oath and I did my time in the military and gave myself to the United States government. Please stop it.
And I was there
when
they was taking.
What did they do to you that's so wrong?
If you love America so much, why didn't you join the military and serve?
Thank you.
Why are you talking so badly about this country that you serve?
We realize that the country
I'm not talking bad about the country. I'm saying that when we talk about this FBA shit, how you guys are separating people, That's what I'm talking about. That should not be going on within the country. This FBA separation is not cool. We shouldn't be talking about people that have been born in America, okay, are serving America. Because you know how many people in the military are not even from America? There's people in the military that are not born in America, sir.
Yep.
And they serve in the military. They're doing way more than you have, and you're an American citizen. So
Putting
you
their
can't
life on the line.
nothing about America when there are actually like what you would call tether that are in the military serving right now, giving their life up for America, and you haven't done nothing but run your mouth on a platform. So
right,
stop.
right, and that's all he doing. That's all he doing.
It's people in Africa in the military.
He don't really love America, because if he loved America, he would join the military and go down there and fight against Venezuela. That's what he would do. Because that's what we
If
did.
you love America, can you say God bless America?
Why would I say that God? Why would I say God bless America?
And I'm proud to be.
You're saying it's still such a terrible place.
I know.
Why would I say that when they stole this country from indigenous Indians and Mexicans? Why would I say that? The Bible says does not. The Bible, indigenous Mexicans and Indians. The Bible says. The Bible says, "Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house." How can you?
Those people sign treaties full.
No, but hold on, Moses. You sing "God Bless America." Do you know the words?
Myself?
Do you ask me to sing "God Bless America"? Do you know the words?
Yes, God bless America, land where I'm from.
Where's the rest of it?
Stand beside her.
And guide her. And what's the rest? Stand beside her. And
from a light from above.
From the light from above. That's it.
Exactly.
From the mountains to the ocean.
To the valleys.
To the valleys. God is nigh. God bless America. My home, sweet home.
Now get your tether banana boat and pack your shit up, Pan-Africans. Time's up.
You know what? I'm starting to think that this is a white dude, man. That's why he won't show.
It's gotta be a white person.
Yeah, now I'm starting to think
it's a black guy. He's a black guy, but he's playing a character because ain't nobody. Because honey, you can't out sing me on all the like songs. I know all the damn and I'm proud to be
for bar. I already did it.
Star
Spangled Banner.
And I can't.
The first gangster rap song.
And I'm proud to stand up next to you and defend her till the day. There ain't no land above this land. God bless the USA. Honey,
G.I. Joe, American Hero. G.I. Joe.
No, not G.I. Joe, sir. No, I'm talking about some real shit that they played. They when I was in basic training, we had to learn that was crime.
Yeah, they did make us.
Basic training made us listen to that song. You crying.
It's our military that's giving security guarantee for Africa.
It was so off the chain that when they finally played that song, you went, "I'm proud to be an American." Honey, you don't know nothing about that. Like when you get through basic and they play that song and you putting your hand over your heart. You know what I'm saying? When Reveille and taps hit and you get up in the morning.
He ain't did none of that. He ain't done none of that up there talking about. He a hypocrite, man. He a hypocrite, just like the very country.
Why are you so mad at this country?
Because I serve for this country.
You want me to forgive Africa and the Caribbean?
I'm gonna tell you again, house nigga. I serve this country, but yet I see a bunch of my brothers and sisters that also serve this country, and they are homeless. So that means the country don't love us. So when the country show you that they don't love you, then that's when you have to sound the alarm and tell all your brothers and sisters that, yo, this country really don't rock with us like that. But see, you ain't come to that point yet because you ain't
caught a raw deal, sir.
You ain't came to that point yet, so you a hypocrite. You just need to shut up.
Caught a raw deal, sir.
Put your life on the line. Let some bullets and some missiles and some water mines come at you, and then come back to this country and see how this country treats you, and then come back here and talk to us. Till then, you need to just shut the fuck up. You ain't
One thing I'm not gonna do is flee. I'm not gonna flee for this. I'm not gonna flee. Never gonna flee this country.
Oh, you trust me. If you don't flee this country, you're gonna get what's
No,
coming.
you Pan Africans is about to flee.
Yo, yeah, and like we need to do, because you know what? You must
I'm
not.
He is antagonizing. Listen,
No, but DJ Genesis, he don't understand how karma works. Every empire that was like the United States was destroyed by another empire that was up and coming. He wants to align himself with a country that has karma coming up on it. We're getting up out of here before it hit. You can die with these people since you an accomplice to murder. That's what you are, bro. You are an accomplice with thieves and robbers. And
sir, what's your name, sir, so I can address you?
Which name you want? You want my government name or the name?
No, because I can't see the name on the screen right here.
Name is Moses.
No, I'll give him my government name. Yo, my
no, sir. I just want to call you Moses, sir. All right. I just wanted to know who I was addressing. I'm putting cases on all you tethers. Alligator Alcatraz, Sandal Program, tether. It's about to happen sooner or later. Time's up. If you don't love this country, then it's time to pack it up. You're talking subversive. It's a no-no.
So now
America's extending their empire. Deal with it. I voted for this. The man in the high castle. You're teardropping and belly aching over a dictator in Venezuela that ran over their own people, sent armored trucks to run over civilians. This is what we talking about?
You're more worried about Venezuela than people that look like you.
No, you Democrats, because you're all Democrats. All Pan-Africans are Democrats.
I don't believe. No, we not. We don't even subscribe to none of it. We don't subscribe to no Democrat, no Republican. All of that is BS. It's the same people. That's good cop, bad cop. You stupid. You actually believe that there's a difference between Republicans and Democrats. You bought into that. This dude,
right? He's doing the whole Democrat.
All Pan-Africans are left-wing lunatics.
No, we're not. Pan-Africans ain't got nothing to do with the United States government. Pan-Africans are about freedom, self-reliance, and independence. That's not what
their ideology is socialist.
You about sucking white supremacy dick. That's what you about. You about sucking white supremacy dick. Pan-Africans are trying to resurrect Africa. Pan-Africans are trying to resurrect Africa to her original position on this planet. Period. We ain't got nothing.
Then go there.
And in the high cap.
How can when we got house niggas like you stopping us? It was people like you.
Yeah. What about the starving kids across Europe? Have you ever thought about that?
Nkrumah, Sankofa, Gaddafi, all y'all house niggas are used to stop Pan-Africans from resurrecting.
What about the starving kids across Europe? Have you ever thought about that?
I used to worry about
Europe. The Europeans can handle Europe. Europeans can handle their own business. Europeans can handle their own business. They can leave America and go build up a better Europe than what's over there right now. Africans need to do the same thing. We need to go build up a better Africa than what's existing right now.
So do you agree with the Venezuelans?
They need to do it themselves. Be self-sufficient, self-determined.
So do you agree with now that Trump has bombed Venezuela, now do you agree with the Venezuelan refugees coming over here? Do you think that that's like a cool thing now? Do you think it should be going on?
I believe what's about to happen next is that the infrastructure over there in Venezuela, the people are now going to get ready to have lower inflation rates and have more.
You see how he didn't answer my question?
Mm-hmm.
This is the problem, is that when you ask him a question, he gets to talk about the inflation rate. I asked him a very, very direct question. I said, do you think it's cool now that Trump has bombed Venezuela, that the immigrants are over here now? Because now that Venezuela's been bombed, now we have a bunch of immigrants here. And, so what do you think about that? Do you think it's okay?
Yes, it's cool because he bombed the military bases. The military bases were bombed.
Should the refugees now come over here? The refugees from Venezuela now have open season in America?
Unless they come the right way.
So what about the Caribbeans that have came the right way, but maybe their parents or whatever were immigrants or whatever, and they got their green papers or whatever, the green green card, and now they're American citizens. Do you think they should be sent back to the Caribbean?
That's up to them. Are they on good standing?
No, they already have standing. See, that's the conversation that's been happening this whole time. But because you're just single
If
minded,
they're American citizens,
with a thing of just being able to say the same thing over and over again, you're
what
not.
American citizen has been deported?
So I'm saying is that people that are Caribbean that are American citizens have been, yes, they have been deported. Yes.
Because they weren't in good standings.
Okay. That's what you believe? Okay.
Their visas, their green card, something happened. They committed a crime. They overextended their welcome.
Do you know how many Venezuelan refugees are in Carrollton right now? In apartments that are like no good standing, nothing like that. But then Trump just bombed Venezuela. And you're saying
He bombed the military bases. That's it. He didn't bomb Venezuela.
Are you okay
bombed
with
the military bases?
Were the military bases in Venezuela? Yes or no?
He didn't bomb Venezuelan citizens. He bombed the military bases.
Were they in Venezuela? Yes or no?
The military bases were in Venezuela, and he bombed them.
So, do you know that human beings, like other than people that are military, live on base? Other people that are not people that are soldiers live on military base. I can live on an American military base and have my whole family there. So just because he bombed a military base does not mean it was only people that were like. It could be if families live on military bases, sir. Entire families.
Narco terrorists were on those military bases.
So that means that any children and any casualties of that were just whatever.
The thing I don't
on your own land. Fight here. Fight.
The thing I don't understand though is this dude is singing "God Bless America," right? But the very Bible says, "Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house." So why the fuck is these Christian Americans in their neighbor's house down in Venezuela talking about we gonna take over y'all land? This is a hypocritical society that he is supporting. It's a sick society.
America's extending their empire,
which is according to the Bible, that's wicked. Every man is supposed to have his own house. That's like me coming to your crib because I want to and taking this shit away from you and claiming it is mine because I want to extend my real estate. That's righteous, dude. You think that's righteous of me to do that? Come on,
sending narcotics to America and trading them for human cargo.
Okay, all right. So now you want to go there.
That's not.
Let me tell you what happened.
Being sent to America, bro, from South America, Colombia.
Thank you. And let me tell you how this coming. And let me tell you how it's coming over here.
Come on now.
Let me tell you how them drugs is coming over here, High Tower. Let me tell you how it's happening because I was in the Navy. I'll tell you exactly who's responsible for that. When I was,
since you don't love this country.
Let me tell you what happened, bro. When I was in the amphib squadrons, I was on one of the ships that used to transport Marines, and we were doing drug ops. And when you go on drug ops, you go on drug ops with the Coast Guard. And both ships always go. Both of them have their orders. One set of orders says this unit is supposed to search is supposed to operate as the detainment ships, and then the other orders go to the other ships saying that these ships are designated for search and seizure. But when the orders went out saying that both of us were supposed to be search and seizure. You can't do search and seizure if you don't have other ships that are doing the blockades. So you know how many ships actually went through with drugs on it before they realized the orders were confused? And they want us to believe that that's the only time that mistake happens. Yo, it's your own country that's allowing these drugs to come in here, bro. You got the Coast Guard and you got the Navy and you got Border Patrol. But for some strange reason, you can't stop all these drugs from coming into your country. Your country is sick, bro. You are aligning yourself with the great Satan is what you are doing, and you too blind to understand that. You're
So,
going to get
sir,
what you deserve.
what branch of military did you serve?
I just told you, the U.S. Navy. I was in the amphib squadrons with the Marines. I just told you what was up. And that's not the first.
I hope this administration looks into you.
So what? Let them look into me. I'm not the only person that recognized that. There's many officers and enlisted people that know that that's not the first time that happened. They can look into me. They need to look into your ass. Why are you up in this country not trying to fight for it? You up here talking about you love for it, but you won't join the military. That's a problem. They need to look into your ass because you up here lying. At least I tell
Sir,
them.
if there was a draft,
You would still
not
go. Your
Hey,
ass
he
is
wouldn't
completely
get drafted. He's too old to get drafted. You old, bro. You ain't gonna get drafted. Stop it. If you was going to join, you would have joined when you was younger. Stop it.
Right.
I offer my offspring as well.
They are not gonna damn
College,
into
you
no
can join Uncle Sam and fight for this great country of ours.
You can say that
the
right
most
now.
beautiful country in the world,
That
the
you'll
most
ever
luxurious country in the world. The
that you'll
golden
never
age is here.
join nor
Common sense is back, baby.
drafted into no military. So you can say all that stuff. That's all hypothetical, just bullshit. Okay. I'll do this and I'll do that. But you should have did it. You didn't do it. So I don't want to do that. It's hypothetical bullshit.
And you can't be up here perpetrating like you in love with America and you ain't even fought for the country, bro.
And so the title of this show, it was called Tethers, basically. And I want to address something. In the 2019 movie, the movie Us, where Tethers originated.
That is not
Elizabeth Moss, the actress, she played in the movie Us, and a tether took her out as well. Elizabeth Moss is the actress who plays Joan Osborne in the TV show The Handmaid's Tales. She was in the movie Us 2019, and she got taken out by a tether as well. See, you trying to make it seem like only a specific demographic can use the word tether. No, you could use the word tether in the right context all day long. They have tethers too that are replacing them.
Hey DJ, let me respond to the dude in the chat named Vinny. Vinny said something about the black racism is worse racism because you have been indoctrinated to be victims, right? So I think that people like Vinny don't understand the difference between prejudice and racist. All right. Racist just simply means you have pride in your race. And that's what Pan-Africans have. We have pride in our race. However, we are not prejudiced, meaning that we don't hate other races. We do hate white supremacy because white supremacy is operating on land that they were not created on. Europeans were originally designed to be in the North Hemisphere, far above the equator, but they are over here in territory that the earth did not create them to be in, while claiming to be Christians. That's hypocritical. Didn't y'all biblical Jesus have an issue with hypocrites? That's what white supremacists or these Christian nationalists are. They are hypocrites. So yeah, we got an issue with that. But everybody, I don't mind Europeans having pride in their race. I don't mind Asians having pride in their race, or East Indians, Mexicans. I don't mind people having pride in their race. We are supposed to be racist. That's the way that the universe and the earth created us to be. If the universe and the earth wanted there to be just one actual race, there would not be different races. You wouldn't have Asians that look the way they look, East Indians that look the way they look, Europeans that look the way they look, Africans that look the way they look. We are supposed to look different. We're supposed to have these differences, just like there's every different type of bird. You don't see eagles mixing with pigeons. You don't see flamingos mixing with sparrows, but they're all a part of the bird race. There's all kind of insects. You got roaches, beetles, grasshoppers, ants. They're all a part of the insect race, but they're not mixing with each other. You got all kind of bears. You got all different kind of species on this planet that are a part of a family, but they are naturally not mixing because that is the way that the universe and the earth set it up to be. So I'm just ultimately saying stop mixing racism with prejudice. We are not prejudiced. We just want everyone to be in the original nature that the earth created them to be. And you're not going to be that when you're in a country like America that actually goes against the biblical standard. The biblical standard shows you that everybody is supposed to be of their own race. And you see scriptures telling you not to marry these outside nations or these foreigners or to be under the rule of foreigners. Your Bible is showing you that, but America does not even operate according to the way that the Bible is showing them. It's all hypocritical, man. I'll land right there.
I'm gonna play this video right here so we can like get back to the subject of matter of this guy calling Byron Donalds a tether, and this girl just her little coochie was moist when she heard a white man call a black man a tether and a slave. Let's go.
He said he not going to acknowledge ignorance. Hey, you're gonna have to hit him again.
I know this is a challenging topic for people. However, I want people to be able to see how, unfortunately, when we have immigrants to come into our country, Americans can't do politics. We have to be able to do politics for Americans, and this is something that we have to tackle. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, that's right. And let's just be completely honest of what Byron Donalds is.
When does immigration start? Did it start in the 1600, the 1500, the 1700, or did it only start in 1970? Because I'm trying to understand what's an immigrant when everybody that came over this bitch was not even from here. What are we talking about anyway?
Byron Donalds is a tether.
No, I feel like that lady will get out. No. I know he did. Florida. This what we doing?
Byron Donalds is a tether. He is not an American descendant.
Wait a minute, James. How do you know the term tether?
He is a tether. He is not an American descendant of slaves. So
you never know who be in the chat. You never, because he had to have been in the chat for him to. Wow.
No, anchor babies are not tethered. We covered that earlier. No. Tethers are black people that are tethering off of the other Caribbeans and Africans that are tethering off of like black people's accomplishments and all this other bullshit. So that's not the same thing as an anchor baby. But what's going to happen is what white people are going to do is they're going to make that be the thing of tether. Let's go.
I got to be careful on my live stream. It could be James Fishback in there.
So when Byron Donalds cries like he has over the last couple of weeks because I call him a slave to AIPAC, a slave to corporate interest, a slave to the pro-immigration lobby that has hurt every race of Americans, but has also hurt Black Americans who disproportionately work in food, hospitality, leisure, and customer service. He is in no position, has no right to be complaining about me calling him a slave when he has absolutely no direct descendant of slavery in his family. He's from Panama. He's from Belize. His dad's from Jamaica. Irrelevant.
No, Byron. Isn't that what you always argue? You always talking about, your expansive background, you disassociating yourself from rank and file Black folk. Isn't that what you like to do? He helped you with that. He helped you separate yourself. If he look on the bright side, this helps with your newfound identity. Byron Donalds is a tether. He's not an American descendant of slaves. So when he cries like he has over the last couple of weeks because I call him a slave to AIPAC, a slave to corporate interests, a slave to the pro-immigration lobby that's hurt every race of Americans, but has also hurt Black Americans who disproportionately work in food, hospitality, leisure, and customer service, he's in no position and has no right to be complaining about me calling him a slave when he has absolutely no direct descendant of slavery in his family.
I left a link in the back chat where it shows the betting odds for for Fishback versus.
Sorry, he was only minimizing us down to people that work in hospitality and all these different things. But we also worked in government before, like they had this whole DEI thing, and then Doge came in and removed a bunch of people from the government. We were working in government. So let's not pretend like we're just working in hospitality. But I see your post in the back. I'm not done with this one, and when I'm done with this one, I will show your post.
Family. Now, Byron, if you want to fight the allegations, you could commit to a reparations plan. You know what I mean? That's all. You want to commit to a reparations plan, then you could be. We could. See, you don't want to do that. You see, you don't want to do that. See, and that's why James Fishback be all over the FBA show. You know, Dad and they've been listening to what you've been saying for the last decade.
Hello and good evening. Listen, don't mind me. It's got the nerve to be down to 43 over here. I'm freezing. Listen, in another episode of As the White Hood Turns, have y'all heard about this Florida gubernatorial race with Byron and this other man, James Fishback? Well, if you haven't, listen, this is so delicious because y'all know there is nothing like, I don't need to say it. So, Byron Donalds is
You'll see lots of sun and can expect a high of 62 degrees Fahrenheit and a low of 42 degrees.
Did I ask cut anything? Okay. Now, tell me why James done called Byron a slave. Mind you, he called him a slave to his corporate backers, but still, he called him a slave. But wait, there's more. He said he wasn't even a good American slave because he wasn't born here. Now, I don't know if it's true. I didn't research that, but that tickled the hell out of me, and I just had to come share that with y'all. Woo! I think I have unlocked a new category of MAGA on MAGA violence. I think I need to start doing more stories on MAGA on MAGA violence. Ebony and Ivory. They MAGA, but they not in harmony. Sing it with me.
Ebony and Ivory. I got you. And I love As the White Hood Turns. I love As the White Hood Turns. You know, Byron, you got to step up your social media game. He's stealing your racists. This guy's entire shtick is running against the Trump-endorsed black frontrunner for Florida governor by hurling racial epithets at him. Dark slave, DEI thug. He called the man a DEI thug? A DEI? They just doing combos. They just put anything together. You woke mammy.
You serious?
Let's see. We got Byron Donalds as a slave who was auctioned off for $31 million. We get Byron Donalds represents a dark vision for America. Now, did he bolden dark like that, or did you do a search for dark? That is, did he? You definitely put it in all caps. I can say you definitely put it in all caps. We got a vote for Byron is a vote to take Florida down a dark path. Byron is Andrew Gillum 2.0. And the future of Florida is dark if Byron Donalds wins. We don't want to live in chains. I heard of them using dark that way as code. I've never seen it as a platform. I've never seen it as a whole But Byron, what you want us to do? No, because we've been telling you about, what was you saying last year when we was talking about this kind of rhetoric? What was you saying? Well, Kamala, if she is like Kamala, if she is black, and they do it. Huh? That was you? That was now what have we heard from you this year since Trump has taken office and declared war on Black America on a litany of fronts? What have we heard from you? But you want us to care about the dark vision for Florida? No, I didn't see DEI Thug. It's been 49 days since Byron Donalds turned down Newsmax debate invite between him and me. Either Byron Donalds debates me next month, or he's forever entitled DEI Thug who doesn't want to earn the job. No. I want to see the video. I want to see. I'm gonna watch the video.
This is a stake. The stakes couldn't be higher. That's why Byron Donalds, my opponent, has to debate me in January. We're going to talk about a lot of things. His support for the H-1B scam that has stolen jobs from Florida workers, his support for AI data centers that will destroy our national environment and jack up our electric bills. And I want to share my vision about how we can make life more affordable for you to live in the greatest state in the country. James Fishback, and running for Florida governor, because Florida is our home, America is our birthright, and stake is everything.
Now, the steak bit was terrible. I can honestly say the steak bit was atrocious. As far as the allegations of being a DEI thug, would you characterize Donald Trump as being qualified? I know you would. Would America? His approval rating says no. What about Kristi Noem? No. What about Pete Hegseth? No. Linda McMahon? No. We have a man, unqualified, surrounded by people that are not qualified, and that would include you. So, by virtue of that, you would be DEI, like in the same way that this administration is DEI, we talk about it all the time, you also would be DEI. As far as you being a thug, you still got that same campaign manager? The one where they said they were threatening to pull Trump's endorsement over, you still got, I don't know what you want me to say. He kind of hit it with the DEI thug. He kind of did.
He's right,
I'd advise against calling the Trump-endorsed Black GOP congressman running for governor of Florida a slave. This will not play well, James Fishback. Byron Donalds is not a slave. He's a highly accomplished congressman, and I've never seen him use identity politics. From Laura Loomer.
That's not a good one. That's his backing right there. His corporate
Wait a minute. She said this will not play well because she don't want no competition. That's all that. Hey, James Fitz, no, she just don't want no competition. That's all that is. She said, this is my corner. This is like in The Wire where you reclaim your corner. She was sitting looking out the window talking about, are they being racist over there? Are they being It looked like I see some anti-black racists. Oh no, we're not gonna do that. No, hey, get my phone. Hey, get my phone. Both of them.
Do we stand for Judeo-Christian values? Do we stand for free market capitalism, protecting life, strong borders, legal immigration based around assimilation?
If you're a foreigner coming to America, you do not have a right to the jobs of Americans, to the homes of Americans, to the schools that our kids go to, the schools that we went to. You don't. You are a guest. There are job takers and there are job makers. And right here, right now, we don't have room for a single job taker, a taker who's going to take healthcare, take education, take space up in our country, because we do not have time. We do not have space. We do not have resources for anyone other than our own. And we should not, as Americans, apologize for it.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks. Byron, he said you don't have a right to the jobs and homes of Americans. He said, you don't have a right to the jobs at home ever.
We have to reform that program so that we can get foreign nationals who want to be assets to our community.
You can't make America great again with Indians.
Like the visa systems in our country.
Wait a minute. Where you get that old Byron? You on that Beijing? You back on that Beijing? You relapsed?
They are really broken. A lot need to be reformed.
You can't make America great again with Chinese.
And we will have legal immigration. So anybody from any country, they come to America legally, they will have that opportunity to be a part of the fabric of America.
You have to make America great again with American workers, and it's time we have to be clear. The H-1B program.
Byron, the H-1B thing not helping. That's not helping.
Sounds like a rhino.
Went through that too. You thought you were safely entrenched enough as an American, right? You thought they saw you as one of them and that you could sell the H-1B. Now they calling you a job taker. Now they calling you a job taker. You picked me right into that spot. We told you about this the whole time. You picked me right into that spot. The only thing I can say for you is I don't know just how seriously people are going to be taking his candidacy because I haven't seen him on no major platforms or anything like that.
You know what? James Fishback joins me now. Welcome. Thank you for joining. You're entering a pretty crowded field, and there is that endorsement already. Why do you want to get into this race?
I want to get into this race, Laura, because I want to make life more affordable for Floridians all over the state. I'm a fourth-generation Floridian. I grew up in a working-class background down in South Florida. I now live in the Florida Panhandle. I want to do two things for Floridians. I want to keep the ball rolling from Governor DeSantis. I want to keep Florida free from radical DEI, transgenderism, Soros-backed prosecutors. And on top of that, I want to make it affordable for families. I want to make it easier for them to get a great-paying job, buy a home, raise a family, and when it's all said and done, retire with dignity.
You know, you mentioned DEI.
So here's the question. Is this guy, he's a Republican. So is Republicans fighting against Republicans? Like, what is going on?
Well, one thing I can say is that there's this term that the Republicans do use. It's called RINO, Republican in name only. That's how they would phrase it. And one is aligned with MAGA, supposedly. But I do think it's really this. One is definitely a rhino. And the other one has to prove how committed he is to America. There's some questions down there in Florida. This is a Florida thing. And that Andrew Gillum 2.0 rumor, yeah, that's about right. Because I remember in 2018, I placed a bet for DeSantis against Andrew Gillum. I didn't know that the Andrew Gillum situation that he was having with the hanky-panky was going to come out later on. But I understood Florida, the way the Floridians think. And I understood that they weren't going to vote for no Andrew Gillum. And I don't see them voting for a Byron Donalds.
So do you think that this is like a person that just came out of nowhere? Because I'm like, where did he come from, right?
Right, exactly.
Nowhere, and now he is going against Byron Donalds, and it's like, who is he backed by? Because if Byron is backed by Donald Trump, is there like some kind of like a thing going on, like a hate, like a battle within the Republican Party that's happening? You have the super far right or whatever, and then you have the middle left that's like a middle right that's going against each other. Like, what's happening here?
That's that America First situation, MAGA situation. That's that.
So who is MAGA?
That's almost like that Groyper
the other?
This
Is
TPUSA
Byron
situation.
Daniels MAGA, and is this guy MAGA, or is he anti-MAGA? Like, what is going on here? This is really strange.
I
How
believe
is
he's American first. He's American first.
there's a thing called America First and MAGA. So this is what's going on in the Republican Party. You have America First and MAGA. So even within the same party, you have a polarization happening.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the Republican Party is about to like have a divide, they're gonna like make a whole new party or something like this. This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you've been repeatedly calling and referring to Byron Donalds as DEI Donald on social media. You know that Trump made some pretty significant gains when it came to black male voters in Florida and elsewhere. Is that rhetoric going to?
So is the Republican Party turning against Trump?
Doubtful.
Why would there be two separate candidates when Trump is endorsing one?
It's just like Tyler Rico out there in Texas and Jasmine Crockett. They're Democrats. One's more far left and one is more centered with professing Christian values. Come on now.
Oh, this whole thing is just insane.
Make you more successful in Florida?
Well, what's going to make me successful in Florida is meeting with voters where Byron Donalds won't meet them. DEI stands for didn't earn it. If he doesn't want to go out and meet with voters like I am, whether they're in Mariana or Miami, Pahokee or Pensacola, then he does not deserve to be the next governor of Florida. Floridians deserve a choice. And I want to go out there and earn the trust of the people of my state, a state that my family has known since my great-grandfather had came here and ran a small hotel in Fort Lauderdale Beach.
Well, well. You thought your sister was going to protect you? No, well, she showed you the same respect that you showed. So, you drew that line, and then we all met you right there. We all met you right there on that line. The one thing you can hope for is hopefully is some sort of scandal or something like that can hit, and that maybe can help you out. Florida school district cut ties in 2022 with Florida GOP candidate James Fishback over misconduct allegations involving a minor. Florida school district cut ties with Republican governor candidate for inappropriate relationship with underage student, NBC News reports. The student claimed Fishback initiated a romantic relationship with her in 2022 when she was 17 and he was 27, according to court documents obtained by NBC and the website Florida Politics. Fishback explicitly directed Ford to keep the relationship a secret, according to those documents. There you go, Byron. There you go. Now, that you might be back in the game. One thing to keep in mind, we got to be very mindful of how MAGA will process this. Because if it's one thing we learned through the whole Epstein saga is that they can bend and shift their moral compass to suit their racism. So, you never know where they might go with this, Byron. It's one single girl, not girls, and she was 17, and per allegations, yet unproven, they got engaged when she turned 18. So she wasn't underage either. The ultimate strategy of the left will always be to attack heterosexuality. I don't know. Hey, check Megyn Kelly's phone. Check Megyn Kelly's phone for that one. Well, but Byron, you can't expect MAGA to swallow Trump's ever-evolving Epstein explanations and not respond like this to this. You know what I mean? This is the bed that you have made in all respects. The dark, the slave, the Santas. This is all you. Man, you got me knocking stuff off the table. Because I get that riled up about pick me. Because I get that. It's one thing about a pick me. They gonna get me riled up. They go and you know what? I'm not the only one. You got them putting James Fishback on the NBA shows, calling you a tether. Yes, this is exactly the opposition that you have created in Florida.
It's all there, black and white, clear as crystal.
Byron Donalds, you might have to go back to New York. You might have to go back to, and I don't remember what you all that you done said about that. You might have to go back to New. Can you still do that Jamaican accent?
So here's the deal. Like, I've been here for 4 hours, and I want to give a shout out, but I'm gonna show this one thing that Man in High Cost, he was trying to show this. I don't. Is this like a betting site? What is this? What is this?
Polymarket. It's a betting site where you can bet on just virtually anything. It hasn't IPO'd yet in the United States, but it will soon.
Well, they're not giving me no
However,
their website. So
this is the website where you can bet right now for Florida governor, for Byron Daniels versus Fishback.
you're putting up websites, and I ain't getting no money off of that. So I don't even know why you even try
You
to.
probably could if you played it smart and start speaking right to the algorithm.
Oh
and
no!
promoting it right now.
Listen,
You have a chance right now.
No, that
Run
would
it
be
back.
no. That
Okay,
would
don't be pessimistic
before
then.
I
It's
promote
fine.
something. Before I promote something, it needs to be already there. I'm not going to promote something that's not there. But what I will promote is the super chat. Let me just take some time out to give a shout out to all the people that gave super chats today. I'm so happy that the audience was engaged today. We're about to like wrap this show up. Shouts out to King Linwood, Napai in the building, becoming how much time. And then he said, I subscribe. Rather hit the Cash App though. All right, send them the Cash App. Okay, the Cash App, if you guys don't know, is down here. Is the same thing. DJ Genesis Detroit. If you want to hit the Cash App ever, hit that Cash App. Okay. Chris Reed 3227 $2 says we can't even have a woman president here in America. All right. The next one. All right, and then Chris Reed said again, will they have a woman president in the future? They will. I believe that actually Jasmine will. She might end up being a person that might end up doing something in the future. Shout out to DJ Witch Doctor with $5 super chat. Channel support. Keep up the good work, DJ Genesis. Thank you. And for that, I'm going to play the money mantra, and then we're going to give some final words and wrap this whole thing up. But shouts out to all the people who gave super chats. Shouts out.
To make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money, money making money, manifest, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making money move. Jewelry in a safe, piggy bank on full. And I'm living life abundant. I'm making money fast. I'm a money making magnet, making cold hard cash. I'm making money. Oh, I am blessed.
All right, so we're going to wrap this up. Final words, Men in the High Castle. Welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you, DJ Genesis. This was a great episode. Another one on alchemizing energy. Everybody out there, please hit the like button, share, subscribe. The Man in the High Castle wants to address America and Americans who are proud to be American. Right now, January 4th, 2026, so I've been told. We have to be prepared and ready, not underprepared and surprised of what's happening next. I, the Man in the High Castle, have seen the video footages in the future where the Democrats shut down the government in January. Be prepared, not underprepared. Remember, November, it was only funded for a short period of time for these agencies up until January 30th of this year. So pay attention to details very closely. Do not allow the media to blow smoke up your ass, Americans. God bless. God bless America.
My final words are, I don't think that people should be using words freely the way that they, I don't know. It's freedom of speech. But I think that a lot of times that we as Black people come up with like different terms and then they get stolen from us and refactored, reconfigured to mean different things. Just like the word woke. We had the meaning of woke to mean one thing, and woke became a thing to talk about something completely different. And as much as like the lineage of FBA and the delineation movement wants to feel like they have control over certain things, there are people in the chats listening, and when we use certain words, we can't be mad when they begin to refactor them and and create like a new definition for them. So I just want people to just keep an eye out for like how like this is going to like turn into a thing where like he started it, and we're going to see. I believe we're going to see more and more people begin to use the word tether, and I can't wait to see how it begins to morph into something other than what the original definition of a tether was. Because what's crazy about tether is that people in the movement of FBA don't even have a solid foundation of what the word tether means. So therefore, that means it can be manipulated and then morphed into what somebody else wants it to be. And that's what happens when the whole thing that I've been saying about the FBA lineage, the delineation movement, is that there is no solid foundation. There is no clear marching orders. As much as you guys want to like just down Pan-Africanism and say, well, you should just go back to Africa. Well, guess what? Pan-Africanism is not about going to Africa. Pan-Africanism is about solidarity between all people of African descent. Okay, that means people from the Caribbean, if you're in the UK, if you're in China, if you're in Australia, South America, wherever you are, if you are of descent from Africa, then we should all care about what happens to you. Now, when a person of another color then comes up and says that this person's a tether, based on what's happening with delineation, we don't care. Now, how long is this we don't care going to happen? At what point are we going to say, hold up, wait a minute, now you're crossing the line? Where is the line now? I think we've erased the line. We've made it so that there is no line. So anyone can say anything, and as long as they agree with the somewhat of what the FBA lineage and the delineation movement, we feel like we're being included because they even said, or that the white people are paying attention to what we're saying when it comes down to words like tether. And when they begin to take on more of the vernacular of the whole FBA movement, we're going to champion and cheer that on. But we're going to see that as time goes on, those words are going to have different meanings based on the person using them, because there is no clear, set in stone marching orders on how things should go, And that's what I've been saying this whole time. And as much as people want to just only label me as, well, you're a Pan-Africanist, and okay, so what? The only thing I'm saying is that at least Pan-Africanism had like a specific thing it was trying to do. It had a specific goal. When you ask different FBAs what the whole situation is when it comes to the FBA movement, even though FBA is a lineage and delineation is the movement, you ask different people, you don't know exactly what is it, you know? One person will say it's this, another person will say it's that. So I'm just saying is that over time, if you see people starting to hijack, just like you say that the Jamaicans are tethering, right? You're going to see other people begin to hijack the movement and the words of the movement of delineation. And what are you going to do then? Because right now you're cheering them on. But then when things begin to take on another meaning and it circles around and becomes something that people could use against you, then what? What if a white person says that, you black people are tethering off of us? What if a Chinese person says that you're tethering off of us? That's all I'm saying is that we got to be very careful about when we like point the finger, 3 fingers apart.
You're a Pan-African. Shut the hell up.
I'm a Pan-Africanism. Shut the fuck up. Like, really? Anyways, I'm gonna just go ahead and end it right there. You see how he had to like say that bullshit? Like, whatever. All right, guys. I'm gonna end it right there. And he's banned, and that's it. Peace, guys. Shouts out.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See if you believe in the God in you.